Chapter 104. Meeting Tang Yun again. Lin Yi leaned against the Audi S5 as he got out of the car, enjoying the bustling scene of the food street. How long has it been since I've enjoyed a life like this? Lin Yi sighed at the comfort he had right now. In the past, there was only work and work. Even when he passed by a food street like this, it was mainly to fill his stomach. How could he have the leisure to enjoy the scenery? Phew. The air here was mixed with the smell of cooking oil from the food stalls, as well as the smell of rotten vegetables. It wasn't as fresh as the air in the mountains, but the smell of the market made Lin Yi yearn for it. When would the day come when he could also be like these ordinary people, shopping and eating snacks? How comfortable would his life be? Lin Yi stretched and opened his eyes. Ugh. Lin Yi realized, to his surprise, that there was a mother and daughter walking in his direction. They were pushing a tricycle with a barbecue rack and some chairs and tables on it. Who else could it be if not Tang Yun and her mother? Tang Yun obviously saw Lin Yi as well, but a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She turned her head away, not looking at him. Tang Yun's mother, on the other hand, didn't see Lin Yi as she continued talking to Tang Yun. It was only then that Lin Yi realized that his posture was a little suggestive. He was leaning against the Audi S5, facing Tang Yun's direction. The luxurious sports car, the elegant yet lazy posture. It really did look like one of those rich young masters trying to act cool in front of a poor girl, but Lin Yi was innocent. Lin Yi really didn't have the intention to show off in front of Tang Yun. He was just sighing about life by the side of the car. And coincidentally, Tang Yun saw him. Lin Yi rubbed his chin awkwardly as he left the car. Tang Yun and her mother had pushed the barbecue cart over. Lin Yi thought that he should at least greet her since he saw her, right? Hello, Auntie. Lin Yi scratched his head, a little embarrassed as he greeted Mrs. Tang. She was an elder, after all, and he couldn't just turn around and leave now that he'd seen her. Aw. You're... Mrs. Tang paused as she looked at Lin Yi. He was wearing the casual clothes he'd just bought, and he was standing next to the sports car. Mrs. Tang didn't recognize him right away. It's me, Lin Yi. I ate at your barbecue stall with my classmates yesterday. Lin Yi explained. Oh, it's you. I remember now. Mrs. Tang looked at Lin Yi. A little surprised. She knew that Lin Yi was strong in school yesterday, one of the big four. Even though Heartwarming was afraid of him, but it wasn't until today that she realized that Lin Yi's family wasn't normal. She didn't know how much the car was worth, but it didn't look cheap. Plus, Lin Yi was dressed casually today, much more handsome than yesterday. Mrs. Tang had a good impression of him. Ian, why didn't you greet your classmate? Humph. Tang Yun felt wronged by her mother's words. She raised her head and looked at Lin Yi. Why was this person so thick-skinned? She didn't know where he found out that she and her mother were going to have a stall at the food street on the weekend, but he came here early to wait for her. What are you doing here? Ugh. I'm here to eat. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he looked at Tang Yun. Ian, how can you talk to your classmate like that? Mrs. Tang wasn't happy with her daughter's attitude. Not only did Lin Yi help Tang Yun out yesterday, he even helped her recoup her losses. From now on, she would be able to set up a stall near the school, and it seemed like she wouldn't be bullied by the students anymore. Mrs. Tang was very grateful towards Lin Yi, but seeing that her daughter wasn't getting along with Lin Yi made her a little angry. He's here to eat, what else could he be doing? Tang Yun felt wronged by her mother's scolding. She glared at Lin Yi and stubbornly turned around, ignoring Lin Yi. This child. Mr. Lin, please don't take it to heart. Mrs. Tang explained to Lin Yi, embarrassed. Now that Lin Yi's identity had changed, Mrs. Tang's way of addressing Lin Yi had also changed. It's okay, Auntie, just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi sweated. He didn't think that Tang Yun would have such a personality. He hoped that she could maintain her personality. It wasn't easy for a girl born in a family like this to maintain a little bit of pride and self-esteem. This made Lin Yi have a good impression of Tang Yun. Mrs. Tang was clearly helpless towards her daughter. After saying a few words to Lin Yi, she pushed the cart with Tang Yun into the food street. Lin Yi shook his head and followed from afar. He didn't get too close, in case Tang Yun accused him of following her. Lin Yi bought 2 skewers of fried chicken and stuffed them into his mouth. This was an authentic street food that Lin Yi rarely had the chance to eat. He'd already forgotten how long it had been since he'd last eaten fried chicken. Lin Yi watched as Mrs. Tang set up a stall and started a fire. He didn't want to go over to them. Mrs. Tang's barbecue skills were pretty good, but Lin Yi didn't want to get glared at by Tang Yun. While they weren't paying attention, Lin Yi quickly made his way over and saw Meng Yao and Yushu at the end of the street. The two were sitting in front of a Shangxi liangpi stall, eating a bowl of liangpi together. The bowl was red, evidently a lot of chili had been put into it. Meng Yao took 2 bites, sticking her tongue out and fanning herself with her hand. It looked like she couldn't handle the spiciness. Yushu, on the other hand, was eating and drinking at the same time. Lin Yi calmed down after seeing that they were fine. He didn't want them to be embarrassed to eat again. They didn't know anyone here, so they were quite relaxed. Their table manners were a lot more aggressive than when they were at home. "Boss, give me a bowl of wonton noodles," Lin Yi called out as he sat in front of a Zhangji wonton noodle stall not too far away. "Sure. Bro." The boss responded with a smile when he saw a customer and went to make the wonton for Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt that none of the other street food could fill him up as much as this wonton noodle. After a few random snacks, Lin Yi decided to have a bowl of wonton noodles. Lin Yi's eyes followed Meng Yao and Yushu from the corner of his eyes as he ate the wonton noodles. The two came to a stall selling fried mushrooms. Yushu seemed to want to eat it, but Meng Yao didn't want to. The two argued for a bit, and Meng Yao eventually sat down with Yushu. Chapter 105. The master of haggling. There was a night market in front of the food street. It was a night market, but there were still a lot of stalls set up during the day. It was just as lively as the food street here. Lin Yi didn't have much to do, and Meng Yao and Yushu were enjoying their food. He walked over to the night market. Lin Yi preferred the clothes from the street stalls compared to the expensive branded clothes from the malls. As long as one had good eyes and knew how to haggle, they could buy fashionable clothes from the street stalls. Ah! Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the familiar silhouette in front of him. It seemed like fate had brought them together. Lin Yi walked over to Tang Yin, who was squatting in front of a stall selling girls' clothes. She was holding a dress in her hands, looking like she really liked it. Can you lower the price a little?" Tang Yin asked after some hesitation. "Little girl, look, these are all top-notch fabrics. Look at the workmanship, there's nothing to say. This style is also the most popular this year. If you put it in Pingzhan department store, you won't be able to get it for less than 1,000. The stall owner talked leisurely as if his goods were the best in the world. It was obvious that Tang Yin wasn't good at haggling. "But 200 is a little too expensive." "It's not expensive. Look at the prices of everything these days, the fabric, the labor, it's more than 200. 200 is the price I used to pay before, and now that the price has gone up, I'll have to raise the price in the future." The stall owner continued praising his goods. I'm from the food street over there. Can you lower it a little? I'll buy it a little cheaper." Tang Yin gritted her teeth as she revealed her identity. "Oh. You're from the food street." The stall owner looked at Tang Yin. "You're from the food street over there, so you should know better. I'm making a small profit but quick turnover. How much can we earn from selling things in the night market? There's so many stalls here, who's going to raise the price for who?" Plus, we have to pay taxes and management fees every day, there's not much left. Ha! Tang Yun looked at the stall owner weakly. She'd already said that, so why didn't he say anything cheap? Could it be that he saw that I liked this dress, so he didn't give in? This person was really hateful. Lin Yi shook his head. With Tang Yun's way of haggling, it would be strange if she could kill them. Perhaps he would have to help her out. Tang Yun's family situation wasn't very good, and he could tell that. It would be best if he could save some money for her. Hey, bro, you're setting up a stall here. Lin Yi walked over and patted the stall owner's shoulder enthusiastically. Aw. Ha. You are. The stall owner looked at Lin Yi in confusion. He didn't know who Lin Yi was. Have you forgotten about me? The first year, we were selling goods together, at old Zhang's place. Lin Yi said with a smile, I used to set up a stall at the night market on the south side of the bridge. Oh. The stall owner listened to Lin Yi's words and nodded in realization. So it's you, little bro. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. How is it? How's business recently? Hey. Don't mention it, your sister-in-law is pregnant, I'm taking care of her at home, I don't have time to set up a stall. It wasn't easy for my sister to come over these past 2 days, so I took some time out to walk around. Lin Yi said as he squatted down in front of the stall. Tang Yun looked at Lin Yi chatting with the stall owner, stunned. When did he set up a stall at the south side of the bridge? When did he get a wife? She's pregnant. Wasn't he in school? Hey, pregnancy is a good thing, congratulations. The stall owner nodded at Lin Yi and congratulated him. In fact, he didn't even remember where he'd seen Lin Yi before, who knew which old Zhang was. He had so many places to sell goods, there were at least 3 to 5 people with the surname Zhang. However, Lin Yi was so familiar with him, and they were in the same trade, it was obvious that they'd met before, he didn't remember him. The stall owner was a bit embarrassed, but he couldn't say it out loud, he could only pretend to suddenly remember and chat with Lin Yi. Hey, don't mention it, my wife loves to look pretty, she even wants me to buy things for her when she's pregnant, Lin Yi said, she wants me to buy some makeup and clothes for the summer. I was going to old Zhang's place, but I bumped into you, I'll just pick 2 from your stall. No problem. The stall owner said enthusiastically, you still have a long way to go to the wholesale market, just pick 2 from here, we can't take your money, we all know how much these things cost. Okay, then I'll pick 2. Lin Yi said as he picked up the dress Tang Yun was looking at, and then picked a pair of men's shorts to wear. After choosing, he said to the stall owner, I'll take these 2. Oh. The stall owner looked at it and said, that dress is 45 yuan, that pair of shorts is 12 yuan, a total of 57 yuan. I'll give you 60 yuan, I still have the fare to go to the wholesale market, I can't let you come for free. Lin Yi took out 60 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. How can I do that, we're in the same trade. The stall owner waved his hand, it's a small business, sister-in-law is pregnant, it's embarrassing enough that I didn't give her a gift, how can I make money? Bro, if you do that, I won't dare to come next time. 60 it is. Is that okay? Lin Yi waved his hand, pretending to be angry. Okay. 60 it is. The stall owner smiled and took the money, bro, you're honest, I won't say anything else, next time you come, let's have a drink or 2. No problem. Lin Yi nodded and stood up, bro, I'll be leaving first. Tang Yun watched as Lin Yi bought her favorite dress, she was shocked speechless. 45 yuan. What was wrong with him? This stall owner was too greedy, wasn't he? He sold it to her for 200 yuan, she could buy 4 pieces. Tang Yun thought angrily. Right, what did you want to buy? The stall owner sent Lin Yi away with a smile, then remembered that there was a buyer here, so he asked. That dress just now, do you still have it? Tang Yun asked. No, that's the only one. The stall owner shook his head. Then why did you sell it to him for 45 and me for 200? Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. This stall owner was too dishonest. He's in the same trade, I'm willing to sell it to him for 45, what's wrong, can't I? The stall owner saw that Tang Yun was dawdling for a long time. He was getting impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that she was pretty, he would have ignored her already. Him. He's in the same trade as you. Tang Yun looked at the stall owner strangely. Yes, why? Are you buying it or not? The stall owner frowned, wondering why this little girl was so troublesome. She didn't want to buy anything, yet she kept asking questions here and there. It would be a misunderstanding when his wife came back later. Chapter 106. Who said anything about giving it to you? Lin Yi's sudden action had left Tang Yun dumbfounded. Had Lin Yi set up a street stall before? He'd been driving a sports car when she saw him, hadn't he? Why would he set up a stall? Plus, he was a high schooler just like her. How could a student get married? His wife was pregnant. Tang Yun rubbed her eyes. Was it because she'd been too tired these past 2 days, and this Lin Yi was too much of a jerk that she was hallucinating? How else could she have bumped into Lin Yi in a place like this? But no matter what, it didn't matter if that person was Lin Yi or not. Tang Yun still felt that he was a jerk. She'd set her eyes on the dress first, but he'd bought it before she could discuss the price. Damn it. Tang Yun lowered her head and walked towards the food street. She'd finally made up her mind to buy 2 new sets of clothes, but, Tang Yun took 2 steps and almost bumped into someone in front of her. She jumped back subconsciously and looked up to see Lin Yi standing in front of her with a smile on his face. You. What are you doing here? Trying to scare me. Here's the dress. Lin Yi handed the dress to Tang Yun. You're not buying it for your wife. Tang Yun frowned, not understanding what Lin Yi was getting at. It's just a way to haggle. I don't have a wife, I'm just trying to get the price out of him. Lin Yi shrugged. You don't know how to haggle, and I'm afraid that someone's going to rip you off. Oh. Tang Yun finally understood why Lin Yi was talking like that. It was just a haggle. So, his intention in buying this dress is to give it to me. Tang Yin grew more and more annoyed at the thought of that possibility. Of course she wouldn't accept the dress Lin Yi had given her. If she'd wanted it, she'd only need to open her mouth and there'd be a lot of boys fighting over it. But she didn't like it. Here, take it. Lin Yi gave the dress to Tang Yun. I don't want your things. You can go back. Tang Yun dodged and said coldly. Who said I'm giving it to you? Give me the money. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 45. Tang Yun froze. She didn't expect Lin Yi to ask her for money all of a sudden. Didn't he want to please her and buy it for her? Why is he still asking me for money? Was he just toying with him? Tang Yun's heart ached at the thought. She wanted to leave and ignore Lin Yi, but she hesitated. This dress was something she really liked. She had the urge to buy it when the guy said that it wasn't a penny cheaper. Tang Yun had the urge to buy it. Although this dress was given to her by Lin Yi, she bought it with her own money. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Yes, she bought it with her own money. What did it have to do with him? With that thought, she took out her wallet from her pocket. There was only around 200 kwai in there, which was her monthly allowance. Tang Yun took out a 50 yuan bill and gave it to Lin Yi. Here. Lin Yi took the money without saying anything. He searched his pocket for a long time and took out 4 1 yuan coins. I don't have change. Can I owe you 1 yuan? Humph. Tang Yun took the coins from Lin Yi's hand and angrily took the dress. She turned around and walked away, ignoring Lin Yi. Who did I offend? Did I ruin things with good intentions? Lin Yi flicked the 50 yuan bill in his hand and put it in his pocket. He then walked towards the food street. Tang Yun calmed down after a few steps. She thought about how Lin Yi treated her. He wasn't like other rich kids who clung onto her. He seemed to be using a different method. He was neither cold nor warm to her. He would stand up for her occasionally to show his gentlemanly side. Humph. So it was like that. Tang Yun stomped her feet. She fell for Lin Yi's trick again. He asked her for money on purpose. He wanted her to lower her guard and achieve his goal. Tang Yun wanted to throw the dress on the ground and stomp on it, but she didn't want to. She sighed and walked back to her barbecue stall. Did you buy the dress? Mrs. Tang looked at the dress in Tang Yun's hands. It wasn't the first or second day that Tang Yun liked this dress. She'd seen it before because it was too expensive, but Mrs. Tang had encouraged her today and told her to buy it. Tang Yun finally made up her mind. Yeah. Tang Yun stuffed the dress into her bag and answered absent-mindedly. How much did you spend? Did you get the price? Mrs. Tang was busy with the barbecue stall. She didn't notice her daughter's expression. 45, Tang Yun said faintly. 45. Is this for real? Didn't the owner want 200? How did he get it that cheap? Mrs. Tang was surprised. Some annoying person helped me haggle the price. Tang Yun said angrily. All right, Mom, let's not talk about this. I'll help you. Mrs. Tang shook her head. She didn't know who Tang Yun was talking about. She should be thanking him for helping her haggle the price. Why would she hate him? Lin Yi turned a corner and went back to the place where Meng Yao and Yushu were eating mushrooms. The two had just finished eating and were getting up to pay the bill. Meng Yao raised her head to see Lin Yi walking towards her with a pair of oversized underwear in his hand. Yushu heard Meng Yao's question and raised her head to see Lin Yi. Shield bro, where did you get a pair of underwear? Yushu asked curiously as she looked at the underwear in Lin Yi's hand. I bought it over there. Does it look good? Lin Yi said as he gestured at his body. Meng Yao curled her lips. You don't look like a good person wearing it. I remember there's a phrase in elementary school called Old French Gangster. Yushu nodded. Lin Yi was speechless. I'm not going to talk to you guys. There's something wrong with your taste. I bought it for 15 kwai. Wah. It was Meng Yao's turn to be speechless. 15 kwai and you're showing it off. Yushu covered her mouth and giggled. Only Lin Yi would do something like that. Alright, let's go home. Shield bro, if you really like the underwear, why don't you put it on and show us? You can't change it out on the streets, can you? Shoo, what's so good about him wearing underwear? Did your hair change color? Meng Yao said as she pinched Yushu. I thought you wanted to see it. Yushu blinked innocently as she looked at Meng Yao. You were so surprised just now. Chapter 107. We'll see. Meng Yao was just about to call Lin Yi over to the food street when she noticed something with a frown on her face. Who parked their car here? What's wrong with their manners? Lin Yi saw it as well. Meng Yao's Audi S5 was surrounded by a couple of sports cars, but the cars weren't very high-end. There was a Geely Jaguar, a Hyundai Royale, and an Audi TT, the best of which was a grade lower than the Audi S5. A couple of fashionably dressed young men started whistling as they saw Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu walk over. Your car. Lin Yi looked at them, guessing that the car they were surrounding belonged to them. There was no way they'd show up here so coincidentally otherwise. Bro, is that your car? A fashionably dressed young man asked Lin Yi as he looked at the Audi S5. Move your car. Lin Yi didn't answer his question, instead giving the order with a dark face. What are you talking about? One of the girls pushed the young man away. It's just an S5, right? It's not like I can't afford it. I saw you're the latest model, so I wanted to talk to you. The car's mine, who the hell are you? Don't block the road. I'll call the cops. Meng Yao frowned, not really interested in the girl. She'd run into things like this before, but she'd always call the cops to resolve it. This car's not yours. The girl looked at the keys in Lin Yi's hand curiously. Driver. Doesn't look like it. You're her toy boy, aren't you? Fuck off. Meng Yao exploded. Did this person know how to talk? What did she mean by toy boy? Couldn't he tell that he was her fighter? Lin Yi, get them out of here. Ugh. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Did you hear that? My miss is telling you to leave. Your family's young miss. The delinquent girl was stunned. Oh, I understand. So you're a bodyguard. Lin Yi didn't explain much and just nodded. Boring. You're quite handsome. I thought you were a young master. The girl turned around and looked at Meng Yao. Since the car's yours, let's have a race. Do you dare? Is there something wrong with him? Compete in what? I'm not an idiot, why would I race? Meng Yao said. Why didn't you move the car? I called the police and asked them to tow the car. Tisk, do you want to fight? The girl looked at Meng Yao in disdain. It's not like you can't stop here. So what if the police come? Lin Yi, you take care of this. Meng Yao pointed at Lin Yi, pissed off. Me? Lin Yi pointed at himself. But since the miss had spoken, if Shield Bro didn't act now, when would he act? Lin Yi took 2 steps forward. Are you guys not going to move the car? Lin Yi didn't want to be rough with these rich young masters and misses. Most of them weren't bad people, but they lacked discipline in their families. That was why they were rebellious. They were different from the gangsters in the society. These people were just looking for excitement, while gangsters made a living by causing trouble. So what if we don't move? The girl put her hands on her waist. Which car is yours? Lin Yi looked at her faintly, a smile on his face. This one. What do you think? The girl pointed at the Audi TT in front of the S5. Lin Yi looked at the Audi TT and smiled faintly. This girl was obviously the leader of the group, and her identity was definitely not as simple as the others. Sports cars like Geely and Hyundai could generally be afforded by any well-off family. It was not a big deal. Although the lowest configuration of an Audi TT was only about 500,000 yuan, one could tell from the car's license plate that the girl's family was definitely not simple. The license plate of the Audi TT was ATT000. No wonder the girl was so arrogant. However, Lin Yi didn't care. As long as he didn't cross the line, even if the girl's family was powerful, he wouldn't mess with her. And from the car that the girl drove, it could be seen that her family wanted her to keep a low profile. This car plate was probably bought by someone else in the family or a friend to please the girl. Lin Yi walked to the front of the Audi TT and placed one hand on the back of the car. The girl and the others quieted down and looked at Lin Yi strangely. They didn't know what he wanted to do. I say, this idiot isn't thinking of pushing the car, right? The young man who spoke before spoke. He seemed to have seen through Lin Yi's intention. Are you stupid? This car weighs a ton. The handbrake has been pulled up. Can you push it? Lin Yi didn't pay attention to him. His hand turned into a palm and quickly pushed the back of the Audi TT forward. It looked like a simple palm, but the Audi TT was directly pushed forward. With a chi sound, a row of tire marks was left on the ground. Fuck, are you serious? The young man who had arrogantly called Lin Yi stupid was instantly dumbfounded. You can push it. My car. The girl was shocked. She was shocked and distressed. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw that her tires were damaged. However, Lin Yi didn't go overboard. She wanted to cause trouble, but she didn't have an excuse. The cause of this incident was that she had blocked someone else's car. Thinking of this, the girl looked to the young man for help. Are you fucking looking to die? How dare you touch Sister Feng's car? Do you want to die? It wasn't the first time that the young man had acted as a protector. In this kind of situation, it wasn't easy for the girl to stand out. He didn't have any scruples and jumped out directly. Sister Feng. Lin Yi was shocked. Could it be that he had encountered a legendary figure? He looked carefully at the girl's face. This wasn't Sister Feng, right? Even if she had makeup that looked like a ghost, she still looked different from Sister Feng. It was probably just someone with the same name. Lin Yi ignored him and pulled him to the side. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he pushed the modern lawns, who was blocking the S5, to the side. Although it was surprising to see him push the Audi TT from the back of the car, anyone with a bit of strength could do it. However, pushing the car from the side of the car horizontally was much more difficult than before. One could imagine the resistance. You. The young man wanted to say a few more words, but he saw that Lin Yi had a lot of strength. Moreover, they were in the downtown area. It was fine to cause trouble, but it wasn't good for a group fight. Therefore, he froze after saying the word you. Chapter 108. Find someone to investigate him. Lin Yi didn't say anything after pushing the car, completely ignoring the delinquent as he got into Mingyao's Audi S5 and quickly moved the car out of the small empty space he'd just pushed out. The speed and precision of his maneuvering, it left everyone speechless. The empty space Lin Yi had pushed out wasn't big, just enough for a car to pass through. In other words, the distance between the cars on the left and right sides was less than 2 centimeters. It was hard for normal people to maneuver at that distance, and the slightest deviation would cause a collision, but Lin Yi had moved the car out without any effort at all, and it was so fast that it didn't seem like he'd even consider the possibility of scraping the cars nearby. A master. This guy was actually a master at driving. Xiao Xiao, the delinquent girl from before, felt her heart skip a beat. She thought that this guy was just someone with a bit more strength and a bit more handsome, someone who'd caught the eye of a rich young miss as a bodyguard. She hadn't expected him to be this good at driving as well. Xiao Xiao frowned. She hadn't hired a personal bodyguard herself, but she knew the market for one. Hiring a bodyguard like Lin Yi, with good looks, incredible strength, and incredible driving skills. Putting aside the fact that it wouldn't be easy to hire him, even if she did hire him, it wouldn't be a small sum of money. Xiao Xiao was a little interested in the two young misses behind Lin Yi as well. She memorized the S5's license plate, planning to investigate it when she got back. Lin Yi moved the car out and didn't even look at Xiao Xiao and the others. He got out of the car and sat in the back seat. Meng Yao only now realized that Lin Yi wasn't that hateful after all, at least he'd gotten her some face today. In the past, Meng Yao would have had no choice but to call the police, but Lin Yi pushed the car to the side in no time at all, moving it out of the way. He looked at Xiao Xiao, pleased with himself, and under Xiao Xiao's murderous glare, got in the car, stepped on the gas, and drove off. Xiao Xiao was really pissed. She didn't have any bad intentions, she just happened to see an Audi S5 that was released this year and wanted to see who the owner was. She invited him to a race, but she didn't expect to run into this guy. The car didn't belong to Lin Yi, but to Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi was even more despicable than the Mississippi. He was just a lackey for a rich miss. He was quite handsome and looked quite stylish when he pushed the cart. His driving skills were even better. However, he was a lackey, and he was still so proud of himself. Thinking that she was being bullied by someone else's lackey, Xiao Xiao was even more pissed off. What the hell was this? Even someone else's servant was bullying him. The next time I see you, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Feng sis. What do you think? The young man didn't know what to say. After all, someone who could afford an Audi S5 wasn't a normal person. Ignorance was bliss, after all, but his family did have some business dealings, and some of them were in the political world. They weren't that powerful, but they'd been in contact with Songshan's upper-class society before. They were people who knew the severity of the situation, and it wasn't wise to make enemies without knowing who the other party was. Their old man had some power, but it was only so-so. If they really pissed off someone powerful, they'd be in big trouble. If it were a normal person, the young man would have brought his men to give Lin Yi a good beating in order to please Xiao Xiao. But as the saying went, you had to look at the owner before you hit the dog, and Meng Yao was obviously not some lowly person. The young man didn't dare act rashly, in case he dragged his old man into the mess. What are you looking at? Let's go. Xiao Xiao humphed coldly, pissed off. Boring. Feng sis, should I get someone to look into that kid? The young man wasn't stupid, he knew that Meng Yao wasn't someone to be messed with, so he cleverly turned his attention to Lin Yi. As far as he was concerned, as long as Lin Yi wasn't with Meng Yao, it wouldn't matter. It was just a servant, they could do whatever they wanted with him. Even if something really did happen, even if the other party had some power, they wouldn't make a big deal out of a servant's family. Their families were all average, but Xiao Xiao's family wasn't. Go, and check the license plate of her Audi S5, Songshan AS5555. Not a bad brand. Xiao Xiao humphed, agreeing with the young man's actions. Got it, Feng sis, I'll get someone to check it right now. The young man nodded and took out his phone to make a call. His face changed immediately. Lon bro, what did you say? The car's secret. How's that possible? It's a civilian plate. It's a military plate. Alright, I got it. The young man hung up with a bitter look on his face. Feng sis, this car's secret. Xiao Xiao, of course, had heard the conversation, and her expression wasn't any better than it was now. It was possible that the car was secret, after all. Her father's car was secret, and this was very common among government officials and people with high statuses. Normal people weren't allowed to look into it. But the young man's last sentence made Xiao Xiao frown. A local license plate from the military. That was interesting. A military plate wasn't something that just anyone with a bit of power could get their hands on. Even if they did get their hands on a military plate, it wouldn't be a low-profile military plate like this. But so what if it was like that? She wasn't the one she was looking for, it was that lackey of hers. With her father's status, even the military wouldn't be able to do anything to him, let alone her grandpa. With that thought, Xiao Xiao calmed down and turned to the young man. Then let's not worry about the car for now. Go look into that bodyguard's identity, see who he is, and which company he belongs to. No problem, Feng sis. The young man was a bit troubled when he heard that Meng Yao's car was secret military. With his family's power, they couldn't afford to piss off someone like that, but now that Xiao Xiao wanted him to focus on the bodyguard and not Meng Yao, he let out a breath of relief. I've already secretly taken a picture of him with my phone, I'll get someone to look into it right now. Chapter 109. He'd die if he kept practicing Lin Yi, naturally, didn't think much of the kids from before. He was only a high schooler himself, but these kids were just like Pin Liang and Zhou Ruoming back at school, childish beyond belief. Hey, I'll get Faubert to get you a driver's license when we get back, and we'll get a car too. You'll be driving next time, alright? Meng Yao said as she glanced at Lin Yi in the rearview mirror. Lin Yi was deep in thought. He didn't pay attention to what Meng Yao was saying, assuming that she was talking to Yushu. Meng Yao was a little pissed off at Lin Yi's ignoring her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Me. Lin Yi snapped out of it. Miss, you're calling me. Of course I'm calling you, what else am I supposed to call Shu? Meng Yao was driving, and didn't have the time to glare at Lin Yi. Oh, I'd be more than happy to say yes if you called me uncle. Lin Yi said with a smirk. Meng Yao blinked, realizing what Lin Yi was getting at. She slammed on the brakes in frustration. Ah! Yushu didn't react in time, and almost crashed into the windshield. Yao, what are you doing? Ugh! I'm sorry. Meng Yao gritted her teeth at the sight of Lin Yi unscathed. She'd wanted to stop the car and shake Lin Yi a little, but Yushu was the one who'd almost gotten hurt. Lin Yi. Meng Yao was a little pissed as she turned to glare at Lin Yi. Did you hear what I said to you just now? What did you say? Lin Yi didn't hear what Meng Yao was talking about, thinking that she was talking to Yushu. He didn't pay much attention. It's nothing. Meng Yao didn't want to waste any more time with Lin Yi. She thought, my dad hired you anyway, you'll drive if I tell you to. I don't need to discuss anything with you. Oh. Lin Yi didn't think much of it, thinking that Meng Yao was throwing a tantrum. Meng Yao pulled Yushu upstairs with a huff when they got back to the villa. Meng Yao thought that Lin Yi was a bastard, that follower of her daddy's, and yet he was acting like that. Lin Yi naturally didn't take it seriously. She was a young lady, so it was normal for her to have a temper. She was too gentle to him, and it caused trouble instead. Today, after washing up, Lin Yi couldn't wait to fall asleep. He wanted to find Zhao Lao and ask him about energy. It was the first time that Lin Yi knew that energy could save people. He had thought that the energy in his body would only be effective for him, but he didn't expect that it could also help others. You're here. Zhao Lao was the same as yesterday, standing quietly in the Jade's virtual space. Zhao Lao. Lin Yi was a little excited when he saw Zhao Lao. Zhao Lao, what's with the energy in my body? How can it help others? Everything in this world needs energy to survive, but the way they absorb it is different. For example, humans and animals absorb energy from food, while plants absorb water and nutrients from the soil. You, on the other hand, can absorb energy from nature. Zhao Yazi explained. The energy you absorb is a little more complicated than the energy your body transforms, but it's similar in nature. This energy is effective for you, so it's naturally effective for others as well. It's just that you can convert it, but others can't. They can only use you as a carrier to absorb the energy you convert. So you're saying that the energy in my body can be transferred to others at any time? Lin Yi was a little excited when he heard this. If that was the case, others didn't need to cultivate and could also absorb the energy in his body to achieve the same goal. That's naturally impossible. Zhao Lao's words poured cold water over Lin Yi's head. At least after I studied the first level of the art of dragon mastery, I realized that it's impossible. I don't know whether the next few levels are possible, because I haven't seen the specific cultivation method, so I can't say for sure. Then what happened today? Lin Yi was instantly disappointed when he heard Zhao Lao's words. I've told you about what happened today. The reason why the old man was able to absorb the energy you released to him was because the energy in his body was no longer enough to maintain his normal cardiac power. Under such special circumstances, the energy in your body could only be used by him. Zhao Lao said, under normal circumstances, the energy in an ordinary person's body is already enough to maintain the work of the entire body's organs, so there's no need for your energy. My explanation may not be very clear, because the cultivation method was left by Martial Uncle, and I only know a little about it. Although Zhao Lao's explanation was a little complicated, Lin Yi still understood what Zhao Lao meant. Under normal circumstances, his energy would be ineffective for ordinary people. It would only work in an emergency. In other words, only when some parts of the body have problems will the energy be effective for ordinary people. Lin Yi asked. You can say that, but this effect is only to maintain the work. It's impossible to restore these damaged organs. Zhao Yazi said, this is what I said today. It's not a problem for you to save him, but it's impossible to cure him. I have other ways to cure him. Through acupuncture and decoction of traditional Chinese medicine, he can slowly recuperate. Lin Yi didn't feel disappointed this time. As long as he could save him, it was already amazing. He just needed to maintain it first and think of other ways slowly. However, he was not related to the old man today, so there was no need for him to take the initiative to give him follow-up treatment. If he was too enthusiastic, it would make people think that he had ulterior motives. Lin Yi got the answer he wanted, so he calmed down and prepared to continue his cultivation. However, just when he entered the state of cultivation, he was interrupted by Zhao Lao. I say, Lin Yi, what are you doing? Zhao Lao frowned and asked. Cultivating. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Lao with some doubts. Can't he see what I'm doing? You don't have the cultivation method of the second level, why do you continue to cultivate? Don't you know that if there is too much energy in the body, without the correct cultivation method to guide it, it is easy to explode and die? Zhao Lao stared at Lin Yi with an expression of, are you a fool? Ugh. Lin Yi was shocked. I didn't expect there to be such a saying. Fortunately, I established a connection with Zhao Lao early. Otherwise, if I accidentally broke through the first level of cultivation outside, I might really explode and die if I continue to cultivate. But, didn't I waste some energy to save the old man today? Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Don't I need to make up for it? Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Family Dinner, Sleeping, Can Replenish Energy Too. Lin Yi said, a little incredulous. Kid, you're overthinking it. Of course sleeping can replenish energy, but why do people sleep? Do they have nothing better to do? Isn't it to replenish energy? You're the same. You've trained in the art of dragon mastery, but you're still a human at heart, you haven't mutated. Zhao Yazi said as he looked at Lin Yi with a pitiful gaze. Don't overcomplicate things, it's actually very simple, even kids understand. Ugh. I see. Lin Yi's face reddened a little. Zhao Lao's words weren't unreasonable, but he was overthinking things. That's right. Zhao Lao nodded. Go to sleep, it looks like you haven't slept in a while. Poor kid, poor thing, Lin Yi fell into a deep slumber that night, it was the best sleep he'd had since he'd left the cave. So sleeping really did replenish energy. Lin Yi felt refreshed when he woke up, stretching his body before heading to the bathroom to wash up. He put on the new casual clothes he'd bought yesterday before leaving the room. There was no one in the living room, Meng Yao and Yushu probably still hadn't woken up. General Wei Wu stood guard at the staircase leading to the second floor, and Lin Yi was curious as to what a girl's room looked like, but he'd have to do it openly if he wanted to peek, right? Lin Yi pushed open the villa's door and walked into the villa's courtyard. The villa area was very quiet on weekends, and there weren't any cars coming and going. There was only the occasional passing car. Ah. Lin Yi hadn't been standing at the door for long when he saw Faubert's Bentley slowly drive over and stop in front of the villa. Mr. Lin, you're outside. Faubert nodded with a smile when he saw Lin Yi. Faubert, this early? Lin Yi looked at the time. Yao Yao and Shu haven't woken up yet, right? It's getting late, they should be tidying up. Mr. Lin, don't you want to change into something more formal? Faubert looked at Lin Yi's casual clothes and asked. Me? Make it more formal. What for? Lin Yi was stunned and looked at Faubert in confusion. Mr. Lin, don't you know? Every Sunday, Mr. Chu holds a family banquet. In the past, Miss Chu, Little Shu, and I attended together, but this time, Mr. Chu specifically told me that Mr. Lin must attend as well, Faubert explained. Family banquet. Lin Yi didn't expect Peng Zhan's family to have this custom, but since he was invited, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't reject it. Alright, but I don't have anything formal. I just bought this yesterday, and other than that, I only have my school uniform. Faubert couldn't help but laugh. That's fine, it's a family banquet anyways. Mr. Lin, please get in the car first, I'll call Miss Chu and the others. Oh. Okay, Lin Yi nodded and opened the door to the front passenger seat. Watching Faubert enter the villa, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, this mission was the most relaxing one for Lin Yi, and also the most baffling one. Lin Yi was tricked by his old man into accepting a mission that would give him a lifetime's worth of commission. But even now, Lin Yi still didn't know what this mission was. Playing with the miss all day long. Being the Mrs. bodyguard, babysitter, study partner, and shield. Although it was a bit difficult, but there was no need for an S-ranked assassin and secret agent like him to do this, was there? Besides, Lin Yi wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't think that doing something like this would give him a lifetime's worth of commission. What kind of joke was this, unless Peng Zhan was out of his mind? But now, it seemed that Peng Zhan was very smart, and his brain wasn't out of his wits. This was what Lin Yi was confused about. If it wasn't for his old man's insistence and guarantee, Lin Yi would have suspected that there was some kind of conspiracy going on. But Lin Yi also knew that although his old man was a bit frivolous, he would never harm him. This was also the main reason why Lin Yi could stay here peacefully. Even if the miss was a beauty, she was very likable, and there was also an interesting commoner beauty. Lin Yi didn't have the time to play around here. It'd be terrible if he lost his life here. Meng Yao and Yushu came out not long after Li Fu went in, dressed differently from yesterday. Compared to yesterday's youthful and dazzling appearance, they were much more ladylike today, giving off the vibe of socialites. Faubert helped Meng Yao and Yushu open the car door and waited for them to get in before going back to the driver's seat. Meng Yao was surprised to see Lin Yi in the front passenger seat. She didn't think that her father would invite Lin Yi to the family dinner today. Meng Yao was actually a very smart girl, but she was often pissed off by Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi was sitting here, it must be her father's idea. There was no way that Faubert would invite Lin Yi on his own. Although this Lin Yi wasn't as annoying as before, and he was suitable to be her follower, was her father really going to let a man like him stay in her house for a long time? Faubert started the car, and it slowly drove out of the villa area towards the city center. Mr. Chu's family banquets are all held at Peng Zhan International Hotel in the city center. It's also one of Mr. Chu's company's properties. It was Lin Yi's first time attending a family banquet, so Faubert explained. Who's coming later? Are there any rules? Lin Yi was used to being wild, but this was his employer's family banquet. Lin Yi couldn't be too rude. In the past, other than me, Miss Chu, and Shu, it was Mr. Chu. Faubert said. As for rules, there aren't any. Family banquets are just for relaxation. There aren't too many rules. Don't eat so much. Just make a fool of yourself. Meng Yao teased, remembering Lin Yi's appetite. Ha! Faubert, naturally, knew that there was a small gap between Meng Yao and Lin Yi. He smiled. Mr. Chu doesn't like to waste things. It'd be great if Mr. Lin could eat everything. Faubert. Meng Yao was a little unhappy at Faubert's words. She started to act coquettishly. Why are you going against me? Meng Yao was just saying it casually. She knew what kind of person her father was. Faubert was right. She was just making fun of Lin Yi. She didn't think too much about it. Now that Faubert saw through her, she felt a little embarrassed. Miss Chu, this old man can't talk about Mr. Chu's habits behind his back. I can only tell the truth. Faubert smiled. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Something feels wrong. Faubert's car drove into Pengjian Hotel's underground parking lot without any obstructions, and the group went through a special passageway to the top floor of the hotel. The place wasn't open to the public, and there weren't any signs of people coming and going. Faubert brought Lin Yi and the others to a private room and knocked on the door. In actuality, Meng Yao and Yushu had been here many times already, and they couldn't be more familiar with the place. Come in. Pengjian's voice came from the room. Faubert pushed the door open, but didn't go in. He turned to Meng Yao instead. Miss Chu, Shu, Mr. Lin, please come in. Meng Yao and Yushu were evidently used to it by now. Faubert's image of an old butler was deeply ingrained in them. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. Faubert, you too, Mr. Lin, you're a guest. Faubert said firmly. Lin Yi had no choice but to enter the room. Lin Yi greeted Pengjian with a smile. Hello, Uncle Chu. Have a seat, Yi. Ha, make yourself at home, it's just a family banquet. Pengjian said with a smile as he greeted Lin Yi. You'll get used to it later, it's a fixed time every week, unless I'm away on a business trip. Ha. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly in response. What was wrong with him participating in someone else's family banquet? Faubert was Pengjian's confidant, and Yushu was Meng Yao's best friend. House Chen and House Chu were old friends, so it was only natural that she'd be attending the banquets. Even Meng Yao, who was at the side, was shocked. What kind of drug did Lin Yi feed her father to make him participate in the family banquets, and even tell him to get used to it? Didn't that mean that Lin Yi would have a part in the family banquets every week? Meng Yao had accepted Lin Yi's existence in her heart, but she still couldn't take it lying down. Lin Yi was just too infuriating, acting all lazy and cocky. So many people wanted to be her shield, but they didn't even have the chance to do so. Not only was he acting all sloppy, he was even pissing her off. What Meng Yao didn't know was that this competitive mentality of hers would become something she would regret in the future. Heh, shield bro, you're a part of our family now. Take care of me. Yushu greeted Lin Yi obediently. Take care of you. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. Who's taking care of who? You're always using a chicken feather as a token of authority, threatening me with a piece of toilet paper. Yao Yao, what do you think? Are you satisfied with Lin Yi now? Pengjian smiled as he looked at his daughter. So what if I'm satisfied or not? Can you just fire him if I'm not satisfied? Meng Yao said, feeling wronged. I see that Shu and him get along quite well. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Pengjian asked. Nope. Meng Yao shook her head. She was actually feeling quite conflicted. The scene of Lin Yi standing up for her that day kept flashing in her mind, but Lin Yi's sloppy attitude, not taking her seriously, pissed Meng Yao off. It was as if he was treating Shu better than he was treating her, and that was what Meng Yao hated the most. Why? Was she that bad? If it weren't for Pinliang, Meng Yao would have thought that she'd gotten uglier recently. If that's the case, then you guys get along well. You're all the same age, and I'll be more at ease if you have a companion. Pengjian nodded in satisfaction at his daughter's words. Meng Yao sighed. This was like inviting a wolf into the house. She was a pure and innocent girl, living under the same roof with a stinky man. Of course, that wasn't the most irritating thing. The most irritating thing was that Lin Yi didn't seem to have any interest in her at all. Soon, dishes were served one after another. It could be seen that the chefs here were very attentive in preparing the family banquet. The dishes were not luxurious and were all very common home-cooked dishes. However, whether it was the color or the matching, they were all very exquisite. With Pingzhan's status, he wasn't interested in exotic delicacies anymore. Healthy food was what he needed. Since Pingzhan had asked Lin Yi to make himself at home, Lin Yi didn't hold back. Who wouldn't want to eat with their stomachs? There wasn't much to pretend about, anyway, he was Pingzhan's employer and employee, after all. There was no need for formalities. And so, under Mingyao's disdainful and Yushu's surprised gazes, Lin Yi dug in. Mingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Bro, can you stop embarrassing me? You're my follower after all. She glanced at Yushu discreetly, and sighed in relief when she saw that Yushu didn't look too surprised. He was just a follower. Why did she care so much about him? What did eating have to do with her? Mengyao comforted herself. Lin Yi ate the most during the meal, and Mengyao couldn't take it anymore. Lin Yi, are you going to pack up later? Ugh. That's what I'm thinking. Lin Yi nodded. Mengyao was speechless, and Yushu snickered. Pingzhan, on the other hand, was still smiling at Lin Yi. Ever since the bank incident, Pingzhan's impression of Lin Yi couldn't get any better. He didn't pay much attention to the old man's nagging, but it seemed that his father had a good eye for people. Yao Yao, you, Shu, and Faubert can go downstairs first. I'll pack up with Yi. Pingzhan got up to look for a lunchbox, and Mengyao was a little stunned. Her father wasn't some extravagant person, but he'd never packed a bag before, right? Yushu, on the other hand, looked at Pingzhan thoughtfully, a strange light flashing through her eyes. She returned to normal after a moment, and pulled Mingyao's hand. Yao Yao, let's go first, oh. Mengyao was very curious about her father's actions, but it wasn't her place to ask. She felt that her father's attitude towards Lin Yi seemed to be even better than his own. What? He's just a hired follower. Faubert walked in front to get the car, and Yushu and Mengyao walked behind him. Yushu pulled on Mingyao's hand. What's wrong, Shu? Mengyao looked at Yushu, who was walking very slowly, curiously. Yao Yao. I have a feeling. Yushu hesitated, but decided to say what she was thinking. As for that moment of confusion, she buried it deep in her heart. Feeling? What feeling? Mengyao looked at Yushu, not understanding what she was talking about. Yao Yao, don't you feel that Uncle Chu has something going on with Lin Yi? Yushu said in a low voice. Chapter 112. Bastard child, Dad seems to care more about him than he does about me. And why's his attitude so nice? Mengyao frowned. Yeah, especially when Uncle Chu told you to get along well with Lin Yi, since you guys are the same age. Don't you think that's a little ambiguous? Yushu analyzed. Would Lin Yi have to say that if he's just a follower Uncle Chu hired? Just look at how strict Uncle Chu has been with your male classmates all these years. There's no way Uncle Chu would let a guy live with us for no reason at all. You're right. Mengyao nodded in agreement. It was true, she'd had a good upbringing since she was young. She was strictly told that she wasn't allowed to date before she was 18, and that she wasn't allowed to go out with boys. She was 18 now, but wasn't this change in attitude a little too much? Mengyao couldn't believe that her father would suddenly become so open-minded, letting a man into their house. There had to be something fishy going on. Mengyao wouldn't have thought much of it if Yushu hadn't pointed it out. After all, she'd thought that the reason why Lin Yi was here was because of Lin Yi's magic potion. But thinking about it, wasn't her father a smart man? Pingzhan Industries was such a big company, how could they be tricked by a country bumpkin like Lin Yi? It didn't seem possible. That meant that Lin Yi coming here was something her father approved of from the bottom of his heart. What was the reason for her father to make such a decision? Plus, Faubert seems to be very respectful towards Shield Bro as well. Yushu hit the point. It didn't matter if Pingzhan admired Lin Yi or not, but the fact was that Pingzhan admired a lot of people. Many of the young talents in the company had been recruited by him, and all of them treated Faubert with utmost respect. After all, Faubert was an old friend of Pingzhan, and even the vice-chairman of the company had to call him Li Bro. Faubert's attitude towards Lin Yi, on the other hand, was different from how he treated the other employees. It was more like how he treated Yushu and Mengyao. Yeah. Mingyao's brows furrowed even tighter. She was starting to suspect Lin Yi's identity and her father's intentions for sending him to her. Yao. In short, whether it's your dad or Faubert, their attitude towards Shield Bro is way too ambiguous. It's like they're not treating someone they hired. They're treating him like family. Yushu voiced out her thoughts. It might scare Mengyao, but she had to say it as Mingyao's best friend. After listening to Yushu's analysis, Mengyao suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. It was a possibility that scared even Mengyao herself. Shoo. Do you think Lin Yi might be Daddy's illegitimate child? Mingyao's eyes were wide open as she looked at Yushu, panicking. Why else would Daddy like him so much? Wah. Yushu was stunned as well. She didn't think that Mengyao would come up with such a miraculous reason. Uncle Chu's illegitimate child. Yushu felt a chill run down her spine. But that was basically impossible. The two of them didn't look alike at all. Mengyao was way too strong for her to come up with something like that. What's wrong, Shu? Mengyao asked as she looked at Yushu standing there, stunned. Did I say something wrong? Yao, your imagination's too strong. Shield Bro's around our age, right? If he's an illegitimate child, it'd be after Uncle Chu met your mom, but... Is it even possible then? Is there even a chance? Yushu shook her head, speechless. Ugh. Maybe I'm wrong then. But what else could it be other than that? Mengyao gave up on the idea as well. It was too unreliable. Yao, I think Uncle Chu's looking for a son-in-law. He's treating Shield Bro like a son-in-law. Yushu said with a mischievous smile. She didn't know why, but Yushu didn't feel comfortable saying those words. Looking for a son-in-law. Mingyao's mouth was wide open as she looked at Yushu. Shoo. Are you serious? I don't know if it's real or not, it's just a guess. Yushu shrugged. It just feels like it, but it might not be. How is that possible? I'm only 18. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mingyao's face was red as she shook her head. What do you think, Shu? I think you and Shield Bro are a good match. Yushu smiled. You know how to drive, cook, and even know kung fu. That's not bad. I don't want to. Mengyao rejected subconsciously, but in her heart, that strange feeling was surging restlessly. Daddy really wants him to be my boyfriend. Is he not just pretending to be a shield? If that's the case, he can protect me. The scene in the bank had given Mengyao a deep sense of security and dependence on Lin Yi. But the mispride and arrogance made Lin Yi even more despicable. If that's the case, why would he still flirt with other girls? How could her daddy like someone like that? She and Shu must have misunderstood, or maybe her father had other intentions. Mengyao and Yushu made their way to the underground parking lot, and got into Li Fu's Bentley. Mengyao sighed softly. Shu, what do you think about our guesses? How likely are they? It could be 0%, it could be 50%, it could even be 100%. Yushu had already returned to normal as she giggled, but I feel like it depends on which one you want it to be, Yao. Me? What do I hope for? He likes Ling Shan, and that pretty girl at the business district yesterday. What does that have to do with me? Mingyao's tone was a little sour, even though she was making fun of Lin Yi. Ha! Yushu smiled, sighing inwardly. Could it be that Yao had feelings for him too? Faubert got in after checking the car, and Meng Yao and Yushu stopped talking as well. Meng Yao's expression flickered between happiness and annoyance, but no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 113. Killing intent. During this period of time, many things had happened. Ping-Zhan had already threatened the company's board of directors a couple of times, telling them not to act rashly. But if someone really wanted to go against Ping-Zhan, he wouldn't be able to control them. As a result, Faubert had to be extremely careful, be it in the company or outside. The car was parked in the company's parking lot, but Faubert still made sure to check the car's exterior carefully before he drove off. It wouldn't be so bad as to plant a bomb, but destroying the brakes or puncturing the tires was a possibility. Faubert had to be on guard. Ping-Zhan and Lin Yi walked at the back of the group, Lin Yi having a pretty good idea of Ping-Zhan's intentions. Ping-Zhan wouldn't be this enthusiastic about packing up, so there had to be something he wanted to say to Meng Yao and Yushu first. "What's the matter, Uncle Chu?" Lin Yi asked as he put the food on the table into boxes. I can't hide anything from you." Ping-Zhan picked up a lunchbox as well. "I've already done my own investigation on the matter in the company, and I've confirmed the suspect, but this involves the reputation and benefits of the previous generation. I can't make a move before I have concrete evidence," Ping-Zhan said as he picked up a lunchbox. "Uncle Chu, you want me to go collect evidence?" Lin Yi asked. "That's not necessary. Just stay by Yao Yao's side, and don't let anything happen to her. I can handle the company stuff for now," Ping-Zhan said with a shake of his head. "That's fine. Just let me know when you need me," Lin Yi said inwardly. Did he even need evidence? "Tell me who you suspect, and I'll just kill them for you. What's the point of looking for evidence?" But Ping-Zhan was the employer, and Lin Yi had to follow his instructions. "Do you have enough money? Spending time with Yao Yao should be quite expensive, right? I heard you guys went shopping yesterday," Ping-Zhan said, changing the topic. "Money? Not really." Lin Yi shook his head, a bitter smile on his face as he pointed at his clothes. "Miss Chu paid for this set of casual clothes. I haven't spent much yet." Shopping. Men have to spend to show their manliness," Ping-Zhan said with a smile. "How about this, I'll get Li Fu to get you a credit card later. You can just swipe it." "Ah. All right." Lin Yi smiled and shrugged. He didn't reject the offer anymore. Why wouldn't he accept money that was given to him? He didn't know why Ping-Zhan was doing this, but he wasn't in the habit of rejecting money from his employer. The two came out of the elevator and went to the underground parking lot. They walked in the direction of Li Fu's car, and Lin Yi's Jade reacted after a few steps. What's wrong?" Ping-Zhan noticed that Lin Yi wasn't moving anymore. What's wrong?" Ping-Zhan asked, puzzled as Lin Yi stopped walking. Ping-Zhan paused. "Killing intent." Ping-Zhan paused. "Killing intent." Ping-Zhan, on the other hand, hadn't sensed it, but he knew that killing intent was a mysterious thing. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yi could sense something that normal people couldn't. Boom! A huge chandelier fell from the sky, shattering into pieces where they were standing. Boom! A huge chandelier fell from the sky and landed where the two of them were standing before, shattering into pieces. Ping-Zhan's face paled as he looked at the broken pieces of the chandelier. His eyes were filled with rage. The chandelier was huge. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's quick reflexes, they would have been smashed by the chandelier. The chandelier was made of glass. It wouldn't kill them if it fell on their heads, but it would definitely hurt them. These people dared to do this. Ping-Zhan's face was filled with anger. They were too daring. Ping-Zhan knew that this was revenge for what he did during the board meeting on Friday. It seemed like these people had reached the point where they could do whatever they wanted. Not only did they dare to kidnap Meng Yao, they even dared to do something like this. Li Fu was in the car, and naturally, Meng Yao and Yushu saw it as well. The two stared blankly at the scene, and after a while, Meng Yao and Yushu finally cried out. What happened? It was too scary. Li Fu, on the other hand, was calmer. He was already running over to Pingzhan. Mr. Chu, are you alright? Call the security guards to check what's going on. Close the underground parking lot and don't let anyone leave. Pingzhan ordered. It's fine. Lin Yi said as he looked at the cut on the chandelier. He stood up and said, someone used a sharp weapon to cut the cord of the chandelier. Oh? Pingzhan paused and looked in the direction Lin Yi was pointing. There was indeed a neat cut on the wires of the chandelier. Pingzhan's face darkened. But, how did they calculate the time? The chandelier fell when we passed by. Ha! I'm guessing that the chandelier was turned off when we passed by. The cut cord wasn't enough to keep the chandelier working, so the chandelier fell. Lin Yi said. Of course, it's just a guess. Maybe they have other ways. Pingzhan wasn't stupid. He knew that Lin Yi's hypothesis was very likely. If that was the case, then there was no need to investigate. Since the enemy had done it so secretively, he wouldn't be able to find anything even if he went to investigate now. The evidence must have been destroyed. Let's go. Pingzhan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He walked to the car with Faubert. You sit in the back with Yao Yao and the others. I'll sit in the front passenger seat. Pingzhan said to Lin Yi. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. He was about to open the back door when he saw Meng Yao in the back seat. Lin Yi hesitated and turned to Yushu's side. He opened the door and got in. Compared to Meng Yao, Lin Yi and Yushu had a better relationship. The Bentley was spacious, and it wasn't cramped even with 3 people in the back. Chapter 114. Worrying about personal gains and losses. Chapter 114. Worrying about personal gains. Her dad was looking for a son-in-law. And Lin Yi did look quite handsome now. Plus, for a girl who'd grown up in a rich house like hers, it didn't matter if the guy was young or rich anymore. She'd rather find a man who'd focus on her, someone who'd protect her, someone who'd protect her. Evidently, Lin Yi was capable of protecting her. She didn't have anything to do with him right now, and he was just someone her dad hired. If he was willing to stand in front of her when she was in danger, wouldn't he be even more careful and protective of her if he were to become her boyfriend? Meng Yao blushed even redder at the thought. She'd never been in a relationship before, and her heart was starting to stir. She didn't think much of it before, but Yushu's words made her start to think about it. But the worst part about Lin Yi seemed to be that he was a playboy. Or was it because she wasn't attracted to him at all? Why was he and Ling Shan together when they'd just met? And why was that tall girl he'd seen yesterday? Could it be? Was it because she was too immature? Meng Yao felt a little sad at the thought. She looked at Yushu beside her. The girl was a lot more voluptuous than she was. No wonder Lin Yi treated her better than he did her. That pervert must have fallen for Shu's bigger boobs, Meng Yao thought hatefully. If this guy was going to sit next to her, she'd have to teach him a lesson. It'd be best if she pretended not to step on him or push him when Li Fu was braking. She'd let him know the consequences of underestimating her, but Lin Yi didn't open the door for her. He went to Yushu's side, opened the door, and got in. Meng Yao's face didn't look too good at all. What the hell was the meaning of this? My dad hired you to be my shield. You should be sitting next to me. What's wrong with you sitting next to Shu? Meng Yao frowned. She wanted to yell, Lin Yi, come sit here, but her dad and Faubert were sitting in front of her. She hesitated, but didn't do it in the end. Her face was a little unhappy though. Pingzhan pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his face dark. Is this Director Chin? I'm Pingzhan. Hello, Mr. Chu. Chief Chen of the Songhan police station picked up the phone, his tone much better after hearing that it was Pingzhan. Pingzhan wasn't just the biggest entrepreneur in the city, he also held a position in the provincial government, and most importantly, he was friends with the military's House Qin. As a distant relative of the Chens, Chief Chen naturally understood the implications. Bureau Chief Chen, I would like to ask, how is the bank robbery going? Did you catch the suspect who kidnapped my children? Pingzhan was indeed very angry. He didn't even hide his daughter and Yushu's back as he dialed the number. The culprit was simply too arrogant, trying to kidnap his daughter just a few days ago, and now he was doing it again. There's no news yet. Chief Chen said helplessly. The suspect is very cunning, the license plate is fake, and we don't have any valuable leads yet. Alright then, I'll have to trouble Chief Chen to let me know if there's any news. Pingzhan was still very polite to Chief Chen, since he was Yushu's relative. He just didn't know if Yushu would recognize him. Alright, I'll get someone to hurry up. Director Chen hung up the call and called Lingshan's office. Song. I'm Chen Dafei, come to my office for a bit. Alright. Lingshan could tell that Chief Chen wasn't in a good mood. She quickly put down what she was doing and gave her subordinate some instructions before heading to the chief's office. She knocked on the door, and only entered when the chief said, "Come in." "Chief, you're looking for me." "Song, you're here." Dafei pushed his glasses up and put down the documents in his hands. "Sit, tell me about the bank robbery case. Is there any progress?" "Chief, we've set up a 313 task force, and we've sent people to investigate the case, but there's no news yet." Lingshan reported carefully. She was the one in charge of this case, and Huaijuan had recently been transferred to a neighboring city to handle a case. He'd probably be promoted to vice chief after the case was over, and so the criminal police had fallen on Lingshan's shoulders. But, without Huaijuan's protection, Lingshan realized just how much pressure it was to be the leader of a task force. Huaijuan had always been the one making the decisions, and she'd never thought about the pressure from all sides. Now that she was the one leading the team, Lingshan realized how difficult it was. But, no matter how difficult it was, she had to grit her teeth and get through it. There were no weaklings in House Song, and she'd be looked down upon if she gave up just like that. Hurry up, I don't need to say much about the importance of this case. It involves Pingzhan's daughter, and we have to solve it as soon as possible. We have to arrest the suspect. Chen Dafei said. Here, give me a time frame. How long do you need to solve this case? Lingshan hesitated. Huaijuan had always been the one giving the orders in the director's office, but now she was the one doing it. Lingshan wasn't confident, but the heavy responsibility was on her shoulders. Chief, I promise that I'll arrest the suspect in half a month. No, 10 days. Lingshan saw Chen Dafei's eyebrow twitch when she said half a month, and quickly changed it to 10 days. Okay, that settles it then. 10 days, I'll wait for your good news. Chen Dafei nodded, satisfied. Lingshan went back to her office, her brows furrowed as she tried to think of what Huaijuan would have done if he'd been in her shoes. But after a long time, she rubbed her temples helplessly. She didn't have a single clue. Every case was different, and there were different ways to solve it. Lingshan was in the middle of her dilemma when the phone on her desk rang. She quickly picked it up. Hello, Criminal Police, Lingshan. Chapter 115. No flirting. Alright, I'll go right now. Lingshan's heart was set. Finding the leader of the suspects was supposed to be something to be happy about, but Lingshan couldn't bring herself to be happy at all. Because what they found was not a living person, but a corpse. This meant that there was more to the case than met the eye. This Baldy might have been silenced. If that happened, the case would become even more complicated, and finding the real culprit would be too difficult. But, as much as it was a headache, Lingshan still rushed to the scene with her men. Yao Yao sis, what's wrong? Yushu noticed that Meng Yao wasn't in a good mood, too. She thought that Meng Yao had become more obedient because of Uncle Chu, but Yushu realized that wasn't the case after a while. It's nothing. Meng Yao shook her head. She was a little annoyed at Lin Yi's lustful behavior, but she couldn't be jealous of her best friend, could she? Oh, I think yesterday's mushrooms are better than today's. What do you think? Yushu nodded. Meng Yao was speechless, but Yushu's words amused her. Shu, you're just living on the streets. Your husband's gonna have to save a lot of money when you get married. Hee hee, if I get married, won't you get married too? Plus, it's saving money for you. Yushu said with a smile as she looked at Meng Yao. Give me, Meng Yao's face reddened abruptly as she realized what Yushu was talking about. She couldn't help but hit Yushu. That was when we were kids, why are you still talking about it? Hee hee, we did pinky promise when we were young. Yushu's face reddened as she spoke. She glanced at Lin Yi from the corner of her eyes. Was Uncle Chu really planning to make Lin Yi his son-in-law? I'm not talking to you anymore. Meng Yao said awkwardly as she turned her head away. What Yushu was talking about when they were young was a little secret between the two of them. They'd never told anyone about it, but they'd still joke about it when they grew up. 6 or 7 years ago, when they were in junior high school, the two of them watched a soap opera series. It was about a pair of best friends who had a very good relationship since they were young. In order to be together every day, they married the same man, and so, Yushu stupidly said, Yao Yao, if you're getting married, I'll marry you too. That way, we won't be separated. Meng Yao nodded in agreement upon hearing that it was a good thing, and so the two pinched their pinky promise for 100 years. It was only as they grew older that they realized how ridiculous it was, but they still joked about it. Yushu, on the other hand, didn't want to call Meng Yao big sis anymore after she grew up. They were classmates, after all, and calling Meng Yao big sis felt a little childish. Meng Yao, however, used this to threaten Yushu. She'd be the main wife after she got married, and Yushu would be the second wife, so of course she'd have to call her big sis. If she didn't, she'd tell everyone about it. Helpless, Yushu could only go back to calling Meng Yao big sis. She'd been calling Meng Yao big sis for so many years, but it was getting easier as well. She was a few months younger than Meng Yao's birthday anyway, so calling her big sis wasn't a big deal. Of course, this was something only Meng Yao and Yushu were involved in. No one else knew about it. Lin Yi was a little confused as he listened to the two girls talking about obscure stuff. He shook his head, not bothering to ask. Lin Yi knew that there'd be no reply even if he did. Lin Yi sat on the side with his eyes closed. It looked like he was resting, but he was actually doing something else. Jiao Lao, the Jade's warning earlier, you. Lin Yi didn't know if the Jade's warning had anything to do with Jiao Lao. Lin Yi hadn't thought to ask about it when they were in the Jade space. Warning. Jiao Yazi blinked. What warning? I didn't feel anything. You didn't feel anything. Lin Yi blinked. Just now, the moment the chandelier was about to fall, I felt the Jade sending me a signal of danger. It's the same signal that warns me every time I'm in danger. To be honest, I didn't feel anything. Jiao Yazi said after some thought. Nothing special had happened before, then. Is this the Jade's own power? Lin Yi knew that Jiao Lao wouldn't lie. If he said he didn't feel anything, then that meant he didn't feel anything. It's possible, I told you, this Jade was left behind by my Grandmaster. I don't know what other powers it has, so you'll have to find out for yourself. Or you can open the stone door to the cave, and you'll find something new. Jiao Yazi explained. All right. Lin Yi said helplessly. It seemed like Jiao Lao didn't know about the Jade speciality. The training space might just be one of its functions. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu left after dropping them off. Evidently, Pingzhan still had to go back to deal with the chandelier. Lin Yi. Meng Yao turned to look at Lin Yi all of a sudden. Lin Yi looked at the miss, confused. You're not allowed to flirt outside while you're at work. Meng Yao mustered up her courage. She'd been thinking about this on the car the whole time, and now that she'd gotten out of the car, she decided to tell him everything in one go. I didn't. Lin Yi paused. Was the miss unhappy that he was flirting with girls during work? If you do, then change. Meng Yao humphed. Naturally, she didn't want to talk about Ling Shan and that tall girl. Oh. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Can I do that when I'm not working? My daddy hired you with a high price to be my shield 24 hours a day. There's no time when you're not working. With that, Meng Yao turned around and left with Yushu. Ugh. Fuck. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even the slave masters in the old days wouldn't do that, would they? Do they think I'm a slave? That girl. Yao Yao, you. You were so cool when you flipped out. Yushu looked at Meng Yao excitedly. He won't know his place if I don't teach him a lesson. Don't think that just because daddy likes him, he can do whatever he wants. Messing around with girls, lying to Pin Liang. Meng Yao didn't know what she was trying to explain. Chapter 116. Ling Shan, troubled, ahem. Ha. Meng Yao almost fell to the ground. Boyfriend. Living together. Was this Shu trying to piss her off? Meng Yao, however, had no choice but to change the topic with a straight face. Shu, you're a girl, what the fart, peeing, that's so uncivilized. Don't talk about it anymore. Oh, okay, I'll stop. Yushu nodded. That's good. Meng Yao breathed out in relief. Yao Yao, if you're fine with it, I'll tell Liangzi about you and Shield Bro tomorrow. Yushu continued. Meng Yao wanted to punch Yushu. Didn't you say you weren't going to talk about it? Ugh. Meng Yao understood that Yushu wasn't going to talk about it. She just didn't want to talk about those uncivilized things anymore. She still had to talk about it. Shu, it's not the right time yet. Lin Yi just transferred here, and we've already shown that we're not familiar with him. If we tell him now that wouldn't that be too fake? Everything has to be done step by step. We'll talk about it after a while, and it won't be so sudden anymore. Meng Yao said. Oh, I'll listen to you then, Yao Yao. Yushu nodded. I don't really care, anyway, you're the main wife, you pick your man, I'm just giving you a reference, Shu. Meng Yao wanted to punch the girl to death. Why do you keep bringing that up? You're not an idiot, you're not going to marry me if I do. That's hard to say. Yushu hugged Meng Yao. If I don't want to be separated from you, then we'll be together, you. I really don't know what to say. Meng Yao shook her head, speechless. The two walked up the stairs hand in hand, and Meng Yao turned to Weiwu. General Weiwu, you did well. Keep guarding us, and don't let that man come up. Woof, woof. Weiwu felt wronged. How could he stop him if he wanted to go up? Ling Shan was quite troubled. Lu Jian was dead, and all the clues were gone. Only Lu Jian's bald head was more obvious, and the others were much more ordinary than Lu Jian. As for Lu Jian, according to the forensic report, he had died from a single gunshot. The other male corpse was also one of the bank robbers. He had died from a single gunshot as well. Apart from these two corpses, there were no other corpses. In other words, only two of the kidnappers were dead, and the others might still be alive. This was good news. If all of them were dead, it'd be even more of a headache for Ling Shan, but only 2 of them were dead. This meant that there was an internal conflict within the group, or they were killed after the deed was done. Through the internet search, the other male corpse's identity was confirmed. Ma Lu, male, 29 years old, unemployed young man from Electric Ox Village in Songshan's Cargo Rack County. He had a bad reputation in the village, and was considered a loafer. He left the village early last year, and his whereabouts were unknown. Evidently, Ling Shan didn't know Lu Jian until after Ma Lu left Electric Ox Village, so this clue wasn't very meaningful. After some hesitation, Ling Shan decided to give Huaijun a call and ask for advice. She really didn't have a clue what to do. She'd already made the order, and the director wouldn't fire her if she couldn't solve the case in 10 days, but it'd be very embarrassing for her. Not only would she be embarrassed, but her father wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of the other uncles. Young bro, it's me. Ling Shan was a little uneasy. After all, calling Huaijun would make her seem useless. She'd been learning from Huaijun for so long without any progress, and it was quite embarrassing. In the past, Huaijun was always the commander, and she was the vanguard. With her experience as a special ops instructor, she'd be able to beat the crap out of the criminals, no matter how cruel they were. As a result, dangerous capture missions were Ling Shan's forte, and this was something the police department acknowledged. A female captain wouldn't be able to win over people easily otherwise. What's up, Song? Huaijun had a meeting at the provincial office in the afternoon, and had nothing to do in the morning. He was planning on going to the doctor for a checkup. He'd had a relapse a couple of days ago, and while it was all because of Lin Yi, his body had been deteriorating day by day, and Huaijun could still sense it. Captain Yang. There's still no leads on the 313 bank robbery case. 2 suspects are dead, and we don't know if the others are alive or dead. Ling Shan said carefully. Ha. Huaijun, naturally, understood Ling Shan's predicament. She wasn't a criminal investigator, after all, and hadn't gone through any systematic training. I know that already, so I'll tell you what I think. I think that the chances of them being silenced are higher. There's no way that only 2 people would die in a group, and the rest would be fine. Huaijun, naturally, understood Ling Shan's predicament. Then, what if they were killed by someone else? Only the 2 of them aren't on the same side. Ling Shan asked humbly. Is there a need for that? If they were on the same side, why would they bring 2 people who weren't on the same side with them? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Either they're reliable, or they're not. Huaijun said with a smile. So, I think there's a higher chance of internal strife, and it's most likely that they didn't split the loot evenly, so LVJN and Ma Lu were killed by their accomplices. Yeah, that's right. That should be it. Ling Shan nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then we'll just have to increase our search efforts. They've got so much money with them, and unless they don't want it anymore, they won't be able to move too quickly. We have people on the main roads, and the chances of them leaving Songshan is very low. Let's search the area around the corpses, we might be able to find something. Huaijun said. Yeah, got it. Ling Shan said, feeling as if she'd been enlightened. Haha, Song, I heard that you're friends with Lin Yi. Huaijun sighed, but decided to ask anyway. The police department was already talking about Ling Shan's heroism. Serving her boyfriend in the hospital. Huaijun didn't really believe that Lin Yi and Ling Shan could be together. Lin Yi wasn't the type of person to go around flirting, and Ling Shan herself hadn't had any scandals in her time in the police department. Even a man as outstanding as Qin Yutian was rejected. Chapter 117. The Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Ah. Ling Shan blinked, her face darkening immediately. She hadn't expected the captain she admired to be this gossipy. In her impression, Huaijun was a strict and serious person, and yet he was asking a question like this. It wasn't that Ling Shan hadn't heard of the rumors in the police station, but she had no way to explain them. Things like this would only make things worse the more she tried to explain. Anyone with eyes would misunderstand what had happened in the hospital, and so there was nothing she could do about it. She could only let them say whatever they wanted, and hope that things would calm down after a while. She really didn't know how to explain it now that Huijun had asked. Captain. I didn't, haha, the police force doesn't allow people to date, that's your thing. Huijun said with a smile, assuming that Ling Shan was shy. He didn't say anything else after seeing her hesitation. It wasn't his place to comment on Lin Yi's stuff, after all. He'd only gotten worked up for Ning, but Lin Yi was their team's god. He would always be their captain. Captain Yang. Ling Shan didn't know what to say. But you could ask Lin Yi for help. Maybe he'd be able to catch the suspect soon. Huijun said, regretting it a little as soon as he finished the sentence. Sorry, Eagle, I sold you out, but thinking about the relationship between Ling Shan and Lin Yi, Huijun didn't think too much of it. If Lin Yi and Ling Shan's relationship had really reached that stage, then there was no way Eagle wouldn't help Ling Shan, him. The suspect. Ling Shan paused, but Huijun had already hung up. Ling Shan gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Yi, you bastard. You've ruined my reputation. Ling Shan, however, only thought about it hatefully. She quickly arranged for the police force to do a large-scale search of the crime scene according to Huijun's analysis. Huijun, on the other hand, quickly drove to Songshan's Medicine University after hanging up. Songshan Medical University was one of the most famous medical universities in the country. It even enjoyed a certain level of prestige in the world. Many foreign students came here to study traditional Chinese medicine for no other reason than the director of the School of Chinese Medicine, Guan Xuemin. Guan Xuemin enjoyed a high reputation in the medical world. He was a leading figure in the field of TCM. Although the Guan family was not a prominent family, with Guan Xueming's presence, the Guan family had become one of the prominent families. Who dared to say that they were not sick? Who would dare say that they wouldn't be able to get Guan Xuemin's help? Therefore, even though the Guan family had only started to develop in the past 10 years, it was not inferior to those big families at all. It was just that his foundation was still shallow, but it was not a big problem. Who would go against the Guan family? Going against the Guan family was the same as going against the other great families. Huijun's family, the Yangs, was also one of the big families. It was normal for them to ask Guan Xuemin to treat them. Guan Xuemin rarely went to class anymore, and only gave a weekly lecture to the students of the School of Chinese Medicine. His lectures were targeted at the students of the School of Chinese Medicine, but many students from other faculties came to listen to his lectures as well. One reason was because of Guan Xuemin's reputation, and the other was because Guan Xuemin really did have something useful to say. Guan Xuemin lived in the family area of the school, in a private villa area. The people living here were all the leaders of the school, as well as the famous professors of the school. Huijun was driving a police car, but he was still stopped when he entered the villa area, and was only allowed to pass after a careful registration. After all, there were many national-level academicians like Guan Xuemin, and some even had international titles. He parked the car in front of Xuemin's villa and got out. He was just about to ring the doorbell when the door opened at that moment, and a pretty girl walked out. She paused when she saw Huijun, a smile forming on her face. Young bro, you're here for Grandpa, Xian, going to work. Huijun guessed that Guan Xian was going to work, judging from her neat and tidy attire. Yeah. Guan Xian nodded. I need to leave early, or I'll miss the commuter bus. You don't have a car. Huijun blinked at Guan Xian's words. Guan Xian was taking a commuter bus. I just started working, where would I get the money for a car? Guan Xian smiled. Young bro, Grandpa has a guest. You'll have to wait for a while after you go up. Alright, go then. Don't be late. Huijuan nodded to Guan Xan. He could tell that Guan Xan wasn't relying on her family. It was rare to see rich girls like her, and even Ling Shan had her own private car. Guan Xan didn't lock the door. She was familiar with Huijuan, and knew that he wasn't a bad guy. Huijuan didn't ring the doorbell again, and went straight upstairs. He saw Guan Xuemin taking the pulse of an old man in the living room, a middle-aged man and woman standing beside him. "How's my father, Elder Guan?" the man asked carefully as he looked at Guan Xuemin. "Not too good. It's very serious." Guan Xuemin didn't mince words as he spoke in front of the old man. "His heart muscle's been deteriorating, and it's almost impossible to cure it. Regular acupuncture should be able to keep it under control." The old man evidently knew his condition well, and didn't react too much to Guan Xuemin's bluntness. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was a little anxious when he heard that Guan Xuemin could keep it under control. "Can it?" "That's all right, it'll be fine as long as it doesn't worsen or act up." He'd seen a lot of doctors, but none of them had been able to do anything about it. He'd come to Guan Xuemin's place out of curiosity, but hadn't expected to find a solution. "That's not a problem." Guan Xuemin nodded. "Acupuncture once a week can keep it under control for a week, and if it's done well, another 10 years shouldn't be a problem." "Another 10 years?" The old man was quite happy to hear Guan Xuemin's words. 10 years is a lot of things we can do. Then we'll have to trouble you, Elder Guan. We live in Yanjing, and as for the weekly acupuncture, we'll pay for the treatment fee, and we'll reimburse you for the travel back and forth." The middle-aged man said. "I don't have the time, the acupuncture has to be done here." Guan Xuemin rejected the offer mercilessly. He had his own rules when it came to treating patients, and he didn't have to do it himself. The middle-aged man was in a difficult position. His father was already so old, wouldn't it kill him to go through the trouble every week? Chapter 118. A master doctor, you should find someone else. Guan Xuemin didn't even look at the middle-aged woman as he stood up, clearly intending to send them off. The middle-aged man's lungs were about to explode at the sight of his wife throwing a tantrum. It hadn't been easy finding a doctor who could treat his father's illness, but she'd offended him just like that. Was Guan Xuemin an ordinary doctor? Did he lack money, and even double the fee? The middle-aged man stomped his feet in anger, raising his arm and slapping the middle-aged woman across the face. "Shut up, Huiru." Huiru was dumbfounded by the slap. She covered her face and stared dumbly at her man, who ignored her and chased after Guan Xuemin. "Elder Guan, don't stoop to her level. Don't be angry, let's talk this through." The middle-aged couple was the middle-aged service workers Lin Yi had met in the business district. The man's name was Lu Tianyi, and the woman's name was Wu Huiru. Guan Xuemin was just a little angry, but felt that Lu Tianyi's words made sense. There was no need for him to stoop to the level of a woman who was throwing a tantrum. The patient was more important. And so, he turned around and walked back. "I'll stay here. Tianyi, you two go back to Yanjing." Elder Lu spoke up, not even looking at Huiru. It was clear that he was disappointed in his daughter-in-law as well. "Dad, you..." Lu Tianyi looked at his father worriedly. "It's fine, you two go back to your work. This old man here is free, so I'll just treat it as a vacation. Rent me a house nearby, and I'll live here. It's close to Professor Guan, and the environment is pretty good." Elder Lu said with a smile and a wave of his hand. All right." Lu Tianyi knew that no one could change his father's mind. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Is this Principal Zhang?" "It's Lu Tianyi, my father's decided to live on campus. Please arrange a house close to Guan's house for me." "All right, I'll be waiting for your news." Huijuan had been trying to figure out who the old man and the middle-aged couple were, and he was even more surprised now that the middle-aged man was on the phone. This Principal Zhang was most likely the headmaster of Songshan Medical University, and Lu Tianyi was able to get him a house close to Guan Xuemin's house with just a phone call. This wasn't simple at all. One had to know that all the people living in the villa district were at least at the dean level, especially the high-end villas near Guan Xuemin's house. Xuemin's Guan's house. Xuemin turned to Huaijuan after he was done with Elder Lu. Yang, you're here. Take a seat, we'll talk when we're done here. You can go watch TV or surf the internet for a while. Alright, Grandpa Guan. Don't mind me, go do your thing. Huaijuan and Xuemin were quite familiar with each other by this point, and he didn't bother with formalities. He sat down in front of the TV and switched channels. Xuemin, on the other hand, was arranging Elder Lu's treatment plan. Lu Tianyi was ready to leave with his father the next day. Right, Elder Guan. Do you know a young doctor who's really good at massaging? He's an Eastern medicine practitioner, right? Lu Tianyi was reminded of Lin Yi all of a sudden. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi's massaging techniques were very advanced. If he were to cooperate with acupuncture, the effects would be even more obvious. Lin Yi's miraculous massaging techniques were still fresh in Lu Tianyi's memory. There was a saying that age didn't determine one's ambitions. Massaging techniques are good. Xuemin blinked. You mean Eastern medicine? I think so. Tianyi nodded. We were shopping in the business district the day before yesterday when my father got sick all of a sudden. We didn't have any medicine at the time, and it was at a critical juncture when a young doctor gave him a massage. My father recovered very quickly. Massage. Just a massage can cure angina pectoris. Xuemin was even more astonished. He knew that Eastern medicine was a magical discipline, and that it was a saying that one should never be too old to learn. He might be famous in the country, but Xuemin knew that Eastern medicine was a vast and profound field, and he was still a long way from mastering it. However, he also knew that angina couldn't be cured by a simple massage. It could be controlled with acupuncture. Although the chances weren't very high, there was still hope. Even he himself would use Western medicine for emergency treatment, and after his father returned to normal, he would use acupuncture to control the condition. Yeah, he just massaged my father a couple of times, and he's slowly recovering. Tianyi's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Xuemin's shocked face. He didn't know much about Eastern medicine, but he could tell from Xuemin's expression just how miraculous the doctor's skills were. Even Xuemin couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Xuemin frowned. Massaging has such a magical effect. Didn't he use any other methods? No, I was just beside him, and he just happened to pass by here. If he didn't know the girl who was driving, he probably wouldn't have come to meddle. Speaking up to this point, Lu Tianyi blushed a little and glared at his wife. If it wasn't for the Wu family, he would have divorced his wife a long time ago. It was really too embarrassing. She was an unreasonable shrew, and he didn't know what kind of upbringing she had when she was young. Fortunately, Xuemin didn't care about anything other than massaging. After hearing what Lu Tianyi said, he thought for a while and said, Eastern medicine is broad and profound. I've read in a medical book that in ancient times, people used qigong and massage to treat illnesses, and this effect could be achieved. However, it's been lost in history now. I'm not sure if the person you're talking about knows this method. Oh. If that's the case, then isn't that person very amazing? Lu Tianyi was a little regretful. If he knew that young man had such amazing medical skills, he wouldn't have let him go. Even if he begged, he should have asked if there was any hope of curing his father's illness. It was just that he didn't know at the time. Sigh, if what you said is true, then this person's medical skills are probably above mine. But, when did such an amazing Eastern medicine doctor come to Songshan? How come I didn't know about it? Xuemin tried hard to recall if there was such a master among the people he knew, but unfortunately, not only was there no one, he hadn't even heard of it. Chapter 119. It's too late, around 20. Xiumin's brows furrowed tightly, so young and already so good at medicine. Could he be from some hidden family of miracle doctors? Xiumin may have been promoted to a very high position, and he was renowned throughout the world for his acupuncture skills, but he knew very well that there were many people in the world who were very good at medicine, but didn't show their faces to the public. He'd met one when he was younger. He'd learned acupuncture from him. He'd barely scratched the surface, but it was enough to make him famous throughout the world. That was why Xiumin was surprised to hear that the person was around 20, but he didn't doubt it. The master he'd met back then wasn't that old as well. But Xiumin wasn't naive enough to think that the person he'd met back then would still be young after all these years. Plus, Lu Tianyi had said that the person was around 20, but the person he'd met was at least 30. Could it be that he'd practiced some sort of divine art that allowed him to live younger and younger? It didn't seem possible. Professor Guan, I've seen the young man after that, and I can confirm that he's no older than 20. He had a mature aura about him, but judging from his face, he couldn't be too old. Elder Lu, who'd been listening on the side, spoke up. If that's the case, then I really don't know who you're talking about. There are a few famous masseurs in Songshan, and even the youngest one is in his 50s. Xiumin didn't finish his sentence, but no matter how bad one's eyes were, it was impossible to mistake an old man in his 50s for a 20-year-old boy. I see. Lu Tianyi was a little disappointed. Then there's nothing I can do. Didn't you guys leave his contact information that day? Lu Tianyi didn't know what to do, but Xiumin was intrigued. How many people in the world could be an expert in traditional Chinese massage with such miraculous effects? As a leading figure in the traditional Chinese medical world, Xiumin really wanted to get to know this masseur. Perhaps if they could have a discussion, he'd be able to benefit a lot from acupuncture. There were many similarities between massage and acupuncture. They were both treated through acupuncture points. We did give him a way to contact us. Tianyi said, a little awkwardly. He didn't think too much about it at the time, but Xiumin's unusual expression made him realize just how powerful that person was. My father told him to contact us when he's in Yanjing. Guan Xiumin smiled, but there was a hint of disdain and indifference in his smile. If an ordinary young doctor knew old man Lu's identity, he would probably think of ways to curry favor with him, right? However, to a person with superb medical skills who lived in seclusion, this was nothing. If a 20-year-old lad wanted fame, wealth, and status, he could make a name for himself just by relying on his superb massage skills. However, he had never heard of such a person. It was obvious that he didn't care about fame and fortune. This was very rare for a 20-year-old young man. Guan Xiumin thought back to when he was young. After receiving the guidance of that expert, he too wanted to make a name for himself. Guan Xiumin couldn't help but feel ashamed. This was a real expert. It would be strange if such an expert would take the initiative to contact old man Lu. Lu Tianyi didn't notice anything, but although old man Lu was old, he was very shrewd. He could read the hidden meaning in Guan Xiumin's faint smile. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He was afraid that he had missed a great opportunity to cure his disease. Thinking back to Lin Yi's indifferent expression that day, it seemed like there was something he didn't say. Perhaps he really did have a way. Thinking up to here, old man Lu felt a little regretful. It seemed like he wasn't enthusiastic enough. That day, it was obvious that Lin Yi had a grudge against his family because of Wang Xinyan. He saved him only because he didn't want his friend to be implicated. If he contacts you, please inform me, Mr. Lu. Thank you. Guan Xiumin didn't have a choice. In the current situation, he could only hope that the expert would call the Lus on a whim. It was only then that Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. Guan Xiumin said, trouble, twice in a row. This kind of tone was something that they had never heard before since they entered the room. The Lus were powerful, but Guan Xiumin didn't need anything from them. On the contrary, all the noble houses had things they needed from Guan Xuemin. The Lus wouldn't put on airs in front of Guan Xuemin. This was also why he slapped his wife earlier. Was Guan Xuemin someone you could yell at? If word got out, the other noble houses would laugh their heads off. They'd say that the Lus were idiots for offending a miracle doctor, but Guan Xuemin had said, trouble, twice in a row for a mere doctor. No matter how stupid Lu Tianyi was, he knew how important that doctor was to Guan Xuemin. Back then, he sighed. Alright, of course, of course. Lu Tianyi was a person of high status. Although he regretted it, he didn't show it on his face. He spoke politely to Guan Xuemin. Alright. You guys prepare a place to stay then. We'll start the acupuncture tomorrow. Guan Xuemin nodded and stood up, indicating that he was sending them off. Alright, Professor Guan. We'll be on our way then. Lu Tianyi said as he helped Elder Lu down the stairs with Wu Huiru, who was covering her face with her hands. Guan Xuemin didn't send them off. He turned to Huaijuan instead. Yang, there's no rush, right? No, Grandpa Guan, those people were. Huaijuan hadn't seen this family before, and it seemed like they weren't locals. Especially since that Lu Tianyi mentioned something about Yanjing. Oh, Yanjing's house Lu, a big house. The doctor's elder is Lu Zhenhu, he's 80 this year. He's in good health, but he's sick. Guan Xuemin and Huaijuan started talking about the Lus. The two were quite familiar with each other now. So it's Yanjing's house Lu. No wonder they could get the principal to prepare a house with just a phone call. Huaijuan smiled. Let's stick to the old routine. Acupuncture won't have much effect on you anymore, but it's better than nothing. Hang in there, I'll go to Yanjing next week for an Eastern medicine symposium. I'll use your condition as a case study and discuss it with others, see if there's anything we can do. Guan Xuemin said. Chapter 120. Looking at the prescription, keep it up. It'd be great if it was just keeping it up. Guan Xuemin sighed. It's not like you don't know how damaging those painkillers are to your body. Over time, let's not even talk about whether they're still effective or whether your body will develop resistance to them. Even if they don't, you'll still be worn down by the side effects of those painkillers, right? Huaijuan remembered something all of a sudden when Guan Xuemin mentioned painkillers, the prescription Lin Yi gave him. He'd gone to the pharmacy with the intention of giving it a try that day. He'd boiled the medicine a couple of times when he couldn't sleep, and the effects were truly miraculous. His body didn't hurt after a while, and he slept all the way until dawn, feeling indescribably refreshed. It was a hell of a lot better than using painkillers in the middle of the night and having to use them again. Huaijuan wasn't expecting Lin Yi's prescription to be this effective either. He'd been drinking the medicine for the past couple of days, and the pain had been under control. As expected of an eagle, a godlike existence in the team. Huaijuan couldn't help but sigh at his own inferiority. It wasn't just him, everyone in the team who'd fought alongside Lin Yi before was impressed. No one was jealous of their goddess infatuated with Lin Yi, because they felt that it was only natural. It couldn't be any more normal than that. Huaijuan remembered the prescription Lin Yi gave him when Guan Xuemin mentioned the painkillers. He hesitated for a moment, deciding that Lin Yi wasn't going to tell anyone about it. Lin Yi was probably on a special mission right now. What if he brought trouble upon himself? On the other hand, Guan Xuemin was his elder. He'd be dead a long time ago if it weren't for Guan Xuemin. Over the past few days, she had been relying on Xuemin's acupuncture and painkillers to keep her alive. Grandpa Guan. A friend of mine gave me a prescription a couple of days ago, something that can replace the painkiller. I tried it, and the effects were very obvious. The effect was a lot longer than the painkiller, and I only need to drink it once a night. Huaijuan decided to leave part of the story unsaid. He'd be able to cover both sides at least. Prescription. Replace analgesics. Guan Shuamin's eyes widened. Pharmacy. Yes. Huaijuan nodded, embarrassed by the glare. And it's effective on you. Shuamin had more surprises today than he had ever eaten in his life. She'd heard from Lu Tianyi that a 20-year-old miracle doctor had saved Elder Lu's heart attack with just a massage, and Huaijuan, on the other hand, had a prescription that could replace Western medicine's painkillers, and was even more effective than the painkillers. What was wrong with this world? When did the Chinese medicine world become so crazy? Why were there so many experts? I won't lie to you, Grandpa Guan. This prescription is very effective on me. Not only does it suppress the pain, but it also makes me feel refreshed the next day. Huaijuan said honestly. Oh. Can I see the prescription? Shuamin was worried that there might be illegal drugs like poppies in the prescription at first. It'd be normal for the painkillers to be effective if there were, but it'd be very damaging to the body. But then again, Huaijuan was a police officer, and a captain at that. How could he not know what poppies were? There was no way he'd touch them. Plus, poppies weren't something you could buy from a regular pharmacy. If Huaijuan had grabbed the medicine according to the prescription, then it had to be something very common, something you could find in regular pharmacies. Shuamin realized that he was overthinking things. Shuamin smiled bitterly at the look on Huaijuan's face. A lot of prescriptions were top-secret stuff, and Dr. Kong, for example. Didn't he use a prescription for an injury medicine to build a pharmaceutical company? He'd even established a supply relationship with the military, turning House Kong into a rising noble house. If Huaijuan's prescription was really that effective, and didn't have any side effects, then it shouldn't be any less valuable than Dr. Kang's injury medicine. Asking to see the prescription was a bit too much, Shuamin thought. Thus, he hurriedly explained, "Little Yang, don't overthink it. I know that many prescriptions are confidential. I wanted to see if there were any medicinal herbs with side effects. Grandpa Guan, the prescription isn't something that can be leaked, but it's fine if you want to see it." Huaijuan paused. "I'll show it to you right away, but I hope you won't leak it before my friend gives me permission, of course. I understand the rules, Yang. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. I won't let anyone else use this prescription before your friend gives his permission." Shuamin was overjoyed at Huaijuan's words. A prescription like this would give him a lot of inspiration, even if he couldn't use it himself. Huaijuan had kept the prescription on him the other day, and handed it to Shuamin after taking it out. Huaijuan knew Lin Yi's personality. He'd tell him if it was something that needed to be kept secret, and if he didn't, then it meant that there was no need to keep it a secret. Still, he hadn't gotten Lin Yi's permission yet, so Huaijuan told Shuamin to keep it a secret. Shuamin took the prescription carefully and started looking at it. It was fine at first, but the shock on his face grew deeper and deeper as he read out the names of the herbs. "This is a prescription." Shuamin was a bit dumbfounded on the spot. The ingredients on the list couldn't be any more ordinary, and none of them were particularly expensive. A few of them, such as Gastrodia alata, did have the effect of calming pain. He'd used these herbs on Huaijuan before, but the effects weren't as obvious. Could it be that these herbs had a different effect when put together? Shuamin was surprised, but he was a leading figure in the field of Eastern medicine. He knew that a single ingredient in a prescription could make a huge difference in the effects of the medicine. These herbs were mostly used for nerve and muscle pain, and there wasn't anything special about them. The only thing Shuamin was sure of was that these herbs weren't poisonous, and they didn't contain anything overbearing like poppy seeds. Chapter 121. Lin Yi is a miracle doctor, no. Shuamin said with a shake of his head. Eastern medicine sure is deep and profound, and I've learned a lot from it today. I can't believe that a couple of normal herbs would have such a miraculous effect when put together. I don't know the theory behind it yet, but the fact that it's working on you means that the prescription is real. Then I can take it without worry. Huaijuan's decision to take the medicine without hesitation was entirely due to his trust in Lin Yi. Who wouldn't trust a man who'd entrust his back to Huaijuan on the battlefield? What could he possibly do to him? Huaijuan, however, couldn't help but be shocked at Xuemin's affirmation of the prescription. The fact that Xuemin was saying this was proof of how miraculous the prescription was. Of course. The person who gave you the prescription must be a big shot in the Eastern medicine world, right? Xuemin sighed. Of course, I'm not trying to find out his name, but I'd like to meet him and ask him some questions if I have the chance. Grandpa Guan, I'll pass on your message if I see him again. But... Huaijuan said, troubled. I understand. It's fine if he doesn't want to see me, haha. I know my place, at least. Miracle doctors are pretty busy, after all. Xuemin said, understanding. Miracle doctor. Huaijuan almost faint. Lin Yi was a miracle doctor. He knew that Lin Yi was a god of war on the battlefield, but he didn't know that he was a miracle doctor. The medicine he brought back from his hometown was quite effective, but that didn't make him a miracle doctor, did it? All right. I'll pass on the message. Huaijuan nodded, not in a position to say anything else. That's good, Yang. You look like you're in good spirits, evidently the prescription is working. It looks like it won't be a problem if your body doesn't develop a resistance to the medicine. Xuemin had been observing Huaijuan ever since he'd entered the room. Traditional Chinese medicine was all about observation, and this observation referred to the patient's expression, complexion, body shape, posture, and tongue, in order to detect any abnormalities in the internal organs. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had gradually come to realize that the external organs of the body, especially the face, tongue, and tongue coating, were closely related to the internal organs. If there were any changes in the yin, yang, and blood of the organs, it would definitely be reflected on the surface of the body. Just as the spiritual pivot, internal organs chapter says, look at the external response to understand the internal organs, then you will know the illness. The divine physician of this generation, Bien Ke, was able to determine Kai Huangong's condition through looking. Bien Ke left after looking at Marquis Huan, which meant that Bien Ke knew that Kai Huangong was beyond saving with just one look and left immediately. Guan Xuemin wasn't at Bien Ke's level yet, but Huaijuan's complexion was noticeably better than before. Guan Xuemin could tell that it was the result of the herbal medicine. Then I can stop using the painkillers? Huaijuan wasn't expecting his miraculous captain to give him yet another big surprise. Of course you can stop that. You don't even need acupuncture. Guan Xuemin said, in the past, acupuncture was only to help you refresh your mind, stimulate your nerves, and relieve the damage caused by the painkillers. But now, it's no longer necessary. You're full of energy, so you don't need me anymore, Grandpa Guan. That's not what I meant. Huaijuan panicked. My friend's prescription. Huaijuan was having a hard time explaining himself. He was afraid that Guan Xuemin would think otherwise. After all, he'd been looking for Guan Xuemin all this time, and he'd taken someone else's prescription without telling Guan Xuemin first. It was a little like he didn't trust Guan Xuemin, but Huaijuan couldn't say no to the person who gave him the prescription. Compared to Guan Xuemin, Huaijuan was closer to Lin Yi. Look at you, Yang. What are you so nervous about? I'm more than happy that you're able to find a better miracle doctor to treat you. There's no need for me to not give you acupuncture. Guan Xuemin explained with a smile, seeing through Huaijuan's thoughts. Plus, like I said, I'm happy enough to meet someone as powerful as him. I'm just an apprentice before him, why would I be unhappy about something like this? I see, I've been thinking too much. Huaijuan sighed in relief. I'll pass on your message, Grandpa Guan, but I can't decide if he wants to meet me or not, of course. Guan Xuemin nodded. Yang, come visit me often even if you don't do acupuncture anymore. We've been together for so long, I'll miss you a little if you don't come. Don't worry, Grandpa Guan. I'll come when I'm free. Huijuan promised. Huijuan decided to go talk to Lin Yi after leaving Guan Shuamin's villa. He wanted to talk to him about Guan Shuamin, as well as the prescription. He'd given it to Guan Shuamin on his own accord. Lin Yi made an assorted fried rice with the leftovers from Peng Zhan's banquet in the morning, taking a bite and leaving the rest for Meng Yao and Yushu. He went back to his room and took the medicine he'd brewed for Huijuan, planning to give it to him when he had time today. There was a saying that went like this. After eating Lin Yi's fried rice, Meng Yao didn't give Lin Yi a hard time at all. Instead, her face was blushing red, surprising Lin Yi. Did the girl change her policy? Was she trying to mess with him now that she couldn't kick him out? After all, he'd gotten into a little misunderstanding with Meng Yao before. She'd drunk a soda with his saliva on it, and while it wasn't a big deal to him, it was a little serious for a conservative girl who'd never had a boyfriend before. As a result, Lin Yi understood Meng Yao's attitude towards him. It wasn't a big deal. Yushu, on the other hand, was looking at things from a bystander's point of view, and that was why their relationship was different. Lin Yi. You're not eating? Meng Yao asked as she looked at Lin Yi, who'd just come out of the room. I've already eaten, you guys eat. Lin Yi said, changing back into his uniform. Oh, why were you wearing your uniform again? Where's the clothes I bought you yesterday? Meng Yao frowned as she looked at Lin Yi's uniform. The school didn't force students to wear uniforms. After all, it wasn't as strict in high school as it was in elementary school. Students from slightly better families wouldn't wear uniforms all the time. Chapter 122. The beautiful times at school. I think it's pretty good. I'll change back if you don't like it. Lin Yi didn't really mind. He just wanted to experience the life of a student, an era that used to be so far away from him. Now that it was within his reach, Lin Yi wanted to immerse himself in it as much as he could. There was no toil like back home, no nervousness and danger on the battlefield, no fear of missions. Everything was so peaceful, and Lin Yi was starting to like his current life a little. Why hasn't the girl from the next class passed by my window yet? The snacks in his mouth, the manga in his hand, the first love in his heart, Lin Yi always felt that the life in the song was so far away from him, that he and the character in the song were people from two different worlds. Thinking about it. The beauty from the next class passing by his window. Then, a little flirting. That should be pretty good, right? As a result, Lin Yi would always read novels about rebirth to reminisce about the past. For example, there was a novel called Fishman 2 called Very Pure Very Flirtatious Prequel. There was this kind of pure school life in the novel, and Lin Yi could reminisce about it. If the miss and her employer, Peng Zhan, didn't object, he could try a pure relationship. Like with Tang Yin. Or with Yushu. Why was he thinking about this bad girl? Lin Yi glanced at Yushu. He had to admit that Yushu was pretty, and had a great body as well. But the problem was that she was the Miss' best friend. He decided to let it go, or the Miss would really flip out. Oh. What does it have to do with me whether you change or not? What do you mean I don't like it? Do whatever you want. Meng Yao was a little pissed off at Lin Yi's words. Any other guy would have been more than happy to wear the clothes she bought for him every day, but Meng Yao wanted to say that she liked it when he wore yesterday's clothes, but the words turned into the Miss pride and self-esteem. She sighed deeply in her heart, blaming herself. She wasn't as tough as Shu, daring to say anything she wanted. I'll wear it tomorrow then. Lin Yi said with a smile. Yeah, Yao Yao told me last night that you look really good in casual clothes. Yushu interrupted. Shu. Meng Yao was about to explode. She thought that Yushu was the tough one, but this slip of the tongue ended up leaking the contents of their conversation last night. Lin Yi, on the other hand, looked at Meng Yao, surprised. He didn't expect the miss to be honest at all. Li Fu's car stopped in front of the villa as they were talking, and he honked twice. Meng Yao and Yushu put down their chopsticks, grabbed their bags, and made their way to the villa. Lin Yi looked at the leftovers on the table. He didn't need to be cleared up right away. Heath, Lin Yi said. Lin Yushu, Lin Yi. Lin Yi picked up his bag and left the villa as well. Pingzhan wasn't around this time, and Lin Yi was still in the front passenger seat. The car started moving slowly towards the school, and Lin Yi got out of the car after getting Faubert to stop. Yushu said as she watched Lin Yi's back. Yao Yao, you're not going to be a good shield if you keep acting like this. Let me think about it. I can't really accept having a boyfriend all of a sudden. Meng Yao shook her head, a little embarrassed. It's fake, but other people won't know. What's the point if other people know it's fake? Yushu was speechless. Lin Yi hadn't even taken 2 steps when he heard someone calling out to him. He turned around to see Kong Xiaobo sprinting towards him. Tang Yin. It seemed that the two of them took the same bus. Boss, what was that car just now? Kong Xiaobo had seen Lin Yi get out of a luxury car. He wasn't able to see what the car was from a distance, but it looked like it was at least 1,000,000 yuan. Oh, a friend's. He was passing by, so he gave me a ride. Lin Yi said faintly. Meng Yao didn't ask him to say anything, and Lin Yi wouldn't say anything. It was better this way. He was still thinking about developing a pure relationship, and if people found out that he was the Miss Follower, oh, it looks like a pretty cool car. Kong Xiaobo said, a little envious. He suddenly slapped the back of his head and lowered his voice mysteriously. Boss, guess who I took the same bus with today? Tang Yin. Lin Yi said. Ugh. Kong Xiaobo blinked. How did you know? Wasn't she not far behind you? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. I'm not blind. It was supposed to be something exciting, but now that you put it like that, it seems normal. Kong Xiaobo's face was gloomy. I wasn't excited at first, Lin Yi said. Tang Yin's a little prick. Whoever messes with her will be unlucky. What did you say, Lin Yi? Tang Yin saw Kong Xiaobo, Lin Yi's follower, the moment she got on the bus, but she didn't pay attention to him. When he got off the bus, she saw that he had bumped into Lin Yi, so she focused her attention on Lin Yi. Tang Yin saw the scene of Lin Yi getting off the luxurious car. She snorted at his explanation to Kong Xiaobo, that it was a friend's car. Wasn't he just a rich young master pretending to be poor at school? He was wearing high-end casual clothes yesterday, and today he was wearing a school uniform. Tang Yin thought that Lin Yi was a hypocrite. When she heard Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo talking about her, Tang Yin's ears perked up. It wasn't until Lin Yi started talking about her that Tang Yin subconsciously blurted out. She regretted it after saying it. She didn't want to have too much interaction with Lin Yi. Tang Yin didn't deny that Lin Yi looked manly, but it didn't mean that he was manly. It was a unique charm, and Tang Yin wasn't blind. She was much stronger than Heartwarming. But Tang Yin understood that rich young masters like him treated women like toys. She'd seen too many examples of this. Her childhood playmates were one of them. Tang Yin felt a wave of sadness and helplessness every time she thought about her boyfriend abandoning her. Who asked her family to be the weaker group? She couldn't just go to the young master's house and cry, could she? They might not even open the door. Lin Yi didn't think that Tang Yin would care about his conversation with Kong Xiaobo. He turned around and smiled. I said you're pretty. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. Zhong Lin Yi didn't feel much pain, but he still smiled bitterly. It seemed like Tang Yin didn't like him at all. He'd been thinking about developing a pure relationship with her this morning. How did it end so quickly? It seemed like Tang Yin wasn't going to happen, and Yushu didn't seem likely either. Boss, why is Tang Yin so mad at you? Kong Xiaobo didn't get it. Lin Yi and Tang Yin didn't even know each other, so why was Tang Yin so mad at Lin Yi? Wouldn't the problem be solved if I knew? Lin Yi explained, speechless. That's true, eh? Boss, do you think Tang Yin likes you? Kong Xiaobo said all of a sudden. Likes me? What do you mean? Lin Yi paused as he looked at Kong Xiaobo, stunned. I heard that there's a guy from a few years ago, a girl in his class. She liked him a lot, and she'd always cause trouble for him. Whenever he skipped class or something, she'd give him a scolding. Xiaobo said. Do you think Tang Yun's the same? Lin Yi rolled his eyes, couldn't you be serious? That's possible, but Tang Yun's only known me for 2.5 days. Does she like me already? Is that even possible? Lin Yi shook his head. If that was the case, then the miss would look for trouble with him all the time. Does that mean she likes me too? That's true. Kong Xiaobo laughed dryly as he walked with Lin Yi to school. Kong Xiaobo pointed at something not far away when they were almost at the school gates. Boss, look, it's Meng Yao and Yushu. Oh. Lin Yi hadn't been paying attention to Meng Yao and Yushu, so he wasn't surprised. Boss, look at the car they are in. It seems to be the same car as the one you were in just now. Kong Xiaobo's ability to discover was still very strong. Really? It's different, isn't it? Lin Yi said with a laugh. Let's go, don't mind them. That's true. It's too far away from us. It's not practical. Kong Xiaobo sighed. I have experienced the feeling of being high and mighty as a rich man. Lin Yi didn't know why Kong Xiaobo suddenly sighed with emotion. However, Kong Xiaobo's family conditions were not particularly good, but not bad. It could only be said to be average. So what did he mean? However, in order to keep Kong Xiaobo's attention away from the car, Lin Yi didn't ask much and quickened their pace into the school. A Mercedes-Benz S600L stopped in front of the school. It was quite a distance away from Faubert's Bentley, but it didn't get too close. That old man Li Fu's car is in front of us. Don't you remember what I said? Zhong Fabai glared at his son in the front passenger seat and lectured him in exasperation. I remember, Dad. Pin Liang replied carefully. I won't poke my nose into other people's business anymore. The other people's business he was talking about, of course, was Lin Yi's business. He didn't dare say that he was the one causing trouble for Lin Yi. Instead, he blamed Naipeo for Lin Yi's trouble. Naipeo's foot was stepped on by Lin Yi, so he went to get revenge. This way, he would be able to reduce some of the responsibility. Fabai was part gangster, and naturally, he valued brotherhood. He didn't go overboard when Pin Liang tried to get revenge for his brother. He only scolded him and told him to stay out of other people's business. Do you know that you almost ruined my plan this time? He sent my right-hand man, Heibao, to the police station, and I don't think he'll be able to get out for a few years. Luckily, he doesn't know much, or else. Fabai humphed. Remember, your first priority in school is to hook up with that girl, Meng Yao. Don't think about anything else. Do you understand? I understand, Dad. I'll try my best. Pin Liang promised. If you can get Meng Yao, your dad won't have to listen to your uncle anymore. Fabai patted Pin Liang's shoulder. Alright, go. Hurry up and do it before that old fox Pingzhan can react, or it'll be too late. Fabai wasn't an idiot. He did have some power in Songshan, but it was nothing compared to Pingzhan. If Pingzhan was looking for a son-in-law openly, he wouldn't be interested in Pin Liang. So, Fabai told his son to make the first move. Pin Liang agreed to his father's words. Although he hated Lin Yi, he couldn't do anything to Lin Yi without his father's support. If his father gave him his full support and got a team of security guards from the nightclub, Pin Liang didn't believe that Lin Yi could fight 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if he could, what about 10 or 20? He didn't believe that he couldn't beat him to death. Lin Yi, I'll let you go for now. Once I hook up with Meng Yao, my father will be happy, and he'll gather his men for me. That'll be the day you die. Pin Liang thought to himself hatefully. Even if he didn't want to, he could only keep it to himself. He wanted to see if he could think of a way to cause some trouble for Lin Yi and annoy him a little. As long as he didn't fight him head-on, Lin Yi wouldn't suspect him. Yao Yao. Pin Liang took 2 steps forward and chased after her. Yao Yao, the fly's here again. I told you, you and Shield Bro wouldn't be in so much trouble if you got together with him earlier. Yushu giggled as she pointed behind her. Meng Yao rolled her eyes and turned around helplessly. Pin Liang, are you deaf? Pin Liang paused. Why was Meng Yao calling him deaf all of a sudden? What was going on? He should be the one calling her that. Why was she calling him that? Yao Yao. What do you mean? What deaf? Pin Liang didn't know what was going on. Last time, you called me Yao Yao at the school gate. I told you not to call me Yao Yao, call me by my full name. So, I can only assume that you either have a problem with your IQ, or you're deaf. Meng Yao said. Pin Liang's face darkened at Meng Yao's mockery. You're just a little prettier and from a better family, aren't you? Just wait until I catch up to you. I'll teach you a lesson. But since he couldn't catch up to her right now, Pin Liang put on a flattering face. Isn't my uncle and Uncle Chu's colleagues? We're old friends, so I was thinking of calling you Yao Yao. Oh, you can call me whatever you want then. Meng Yao really couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Pin Liang was overjoyed at Meng Yao's words. Did this mean that Meng Yao agreed to let him call her Yao Yao? Chapter 124. To his door, Pin Liang took in a deep breath and clenched his fists as he watched Meng Yao and Yushu leave. What was so bad about him? Why didn't Meng Yao like him? What are you thinking about, Liang Yi? Pin Liang was still sulking when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to see Zhou Ruoming. Oh, Ming bro, it's nothing. Pin Liang wasn't going to spill the beans. Oh. Zhou Ruoming couldn't be bothered to ask Pin Liang about his stupid stuff, he had something else to talk to him about. Liang Yi, I need to ask you something. That Lin Yi from your class, what's his background? Zhou Ruoming hated Lin Yi to the bone, even more so than Pin Liang. He'd been so close to hitting on Tang Yun that Friday, forcing her to make a choice, but Lin Yi had ruined it. It pissed Zhou Ruoming off. But he didn't dare do anything rash. He didn't dare say anything after getting slapped by Lin Yi. What happened with Heibao Bro had left Zhou Ruoming in shock. He wanted to see how Pin Liang's family was going to handle this. As a result, he didn't go after Lin Yi straight away. He came from a wealthy family as well, but his business wasn't as big as Fabai's. His brother, Zhou Ruoguang, was a gangster boss in the North District, and his underlings were ruthless. But to his disappointment, House Xiong didn't do anything after a few days, and Heibao Bro wasn't even fished out after being arrested. He was probably going to be sentenced. Zhou Ruoming was a little puzzled. Just what kind of background did Lin Yi have? Lin Yi, just a laborer. Pin Liang said disdainfully. It never crossed his mind that his father was a laborer, and he was looking down on his father as well. Laborer. Zhou Ruoming thought that his ears were screwed up. How was it a laborer? A laborer studying in high school? What kind of joke was that? He's a transfer student, I heard he's from the mountains. He was wearing rags the first day, like a laborer. Pin Liang's eyes lit up as he explained. He suddenly realized why Zhou Ruoming was asking about Lin Yi. Was he going to make a move on Lin Yi? He hadn't heard anything about Zhou Ruoming and Lin Yi. Is that so? Then why didn't you seek revenge after suffering such a huge loss a few days ago? Don't bring it up. Pinliang shook his head with a bitter smile. Pinliangs. Pinliang's Lin Pinliang's. Lin long ago Lin's dong master, Lin Yi didn't do anything. Let's not talk about it. Pinliang shook his head with a bitter smile. I called Heibao bro out and got scolded by my old man. You know that my old man doesn't approve of me messing around in school. I'm not a match for that Lin Yi kid. He's from the countryside, and he's really strong. There's nothing I can do to him. Pinliang could tell that there was something going on between Zhou Ruoming and Lin Yi, but he didn't know the details. That didn't stop him from adding fuel to the fire. He wouldn't object if Zhou Ruoming were to teach Lin Yi a lesson. I see. So you're saying that Lin Yi doesn't have much of a background? Zhou Ruoming was afraid that Lin Yi was from a powerful family. He'd be in big trouble if he messed with Lin Yi. I don't know. Why do you keep asking about this kid? Pinliang pretended not to understand what Zhou Ruoming was getting at. Oh, nothing, I'm just curious. Curious. Zhou Ruoming said. I'm leaving now, my bros are asking me to play basketball. Pinliang curled his lips. Curious. Curious my ass. But it seemed like Zhou Ruoming was going to make a move. That was good news. During the third period, Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo walked out of the classroom when the dean, Wang Jifeng, walked over in a hurry. His face turned serious when he saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi, come with me. Oh, okay. Lin Yi knew that Wang Jifeng was pretending to be serious in front of Kong Xiaobo. Their relationship was a bit weird, but he couldn't expose it. He patted Kong Xiaobo's shoulder. Go to the restroom first, the dean is looking for me. Okay. Kong Xiaobo was a little worried, but he couldn't ask too much in front of the dean. He could only leave. After Kong Xiaobo left, Lin Yi asked, What's up, Dean Wang? It's like this. This is the case. Captain Yang of the police station's criminal police team is here. He has something to look for you. Wang Jifeng smiled bitterly. I think it's probably because of last week's incident. You should be careful. Don't talk nonsense. Just say that you don't know what he asks you. I will handle the other things for you on behalf of the school. Wang Jifeng took the responsibility for Lin Yi on his own accord. It seemed like he really wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Yi. Part of it was Lin Yi interrupting him the other day, but part of it was Pingzhan. Ah. Okay. Lin Yi knew that Huijuan wasn't here because of last week's incident. It was most likely because the medicine he gave him was working, and the guy couldn't help but come looking for him. Still, the timing wasn't bad. If it were any other day, people would be suspicious if a criminal police captain came looking for a student out of the blue. But with last week's incident as a cover, no one would suspect anything. The two arrived at the dean's office, and Wang Jifeng pushed the door open. Captain Yang, I've brought Lin Yi here. But we have to make this clear. You can understand the situation, but I'll have to inform the principal if I want to take him away, just to understand the situation. Huijuan smiled. Don't worry, Dean Wang, he won't cause any trouble for your work. You see. Maybe you should leave for now. If that's the case, you guys talk. Wang Jifeng nodded and let Lin Yi in. He then left the office and closed the door behind him. How was it? Did the prescription I gave you work? Lin Yi asked as he sat down on the sofa after Jifeng left. Eagle, you're amazing. The medicine works better than those painkillers. Huijuan said excitedly as he punched Lin Yi, but Lin Yi dodged the punch without leaving a trace. Call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi corrected. Alright, Lin Yi is Lin Yi if you say so. Huijuan didn't mind. The name was just a code. Lin Yi, there's something I need to apologize to you for. I've shown the prescription you gave me to the doctor who treated me. But he promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Chapter 125. She's a bit careless, he wants to see you, but I haven't agreed yet. I just told him I'd try to contact him. Huijuan said. I don't know what mission you're on, and it's not my place to ask. You don't have to see him if it's not convenient for you. Mission. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. I really don't know what's going on with this mission, I don't even know where it's coming from. How could I not meet your savior? Of course I'll see him. Don't force it. Huijuan said, touched. He knew that Lin Yi wasn't the type to get involved in other people's business, and Lin Yi wouldn't have the time to meet a stranger if it weren't for him. What's there to force it? I've got nothing better to do anyway. Lin Yi said with a smile. Plus, I have you as my backup, it'll be easier for me to do things in Songshan. Alright then, you set a time. Huijuan said, not bothering to waste words with Lin Yi. There was no need for words of thanks, it'd be too cliché. Tomorrow. Tell Jifeng that he wants me to go to the police station to make a statement, I'll be able to get away that way. Otherwise, it'll count as me skipping school, I don't want to. Lin Yi said as he pointed at the door. Alright, I'll go talk to him later. Huijuan nodded. It was a small matter. Oh, right, I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. I made you some medicine, drink it when you get home. Your body'll feel a lot better after the first stage, and I'll give you the second stage medicine. You'll be back to normal in about 3 months. Lin Yi said. 3 months. Huijuan froze as he stared blankly at Lin Yi. If it's fast, it'll take at least 2 months. Lin Yi said, assuming that Huijuan thought it was too long. The herbal soup isn't too tasty, but you'll have to bear with it for 2 months. Lin Yi, you're not joking, are you? My body'll be back to normal in 2 months. Like a normal person. Huijuan was getting a little excited. Seriously. The doctor said that it's already a blessing that my condition hasn't worsened, but I can actually recover. Ugh, so you aren't afraid of drinking medicine? Lin Yi smiled. You still don't believe my words? I do. Of course he believed it. It's just too shocking. Huijuan was truly shocked, but he trusted Lin Yi's words. On the battlefield, there had been many times when the enemy was about to catch up to them, but it was all because of Lin Yi's correct judgment that they were able to escape from danger, and then turn around and kill the enemy. Therefore, Lin Yi's prestige in the team was unparalleled. Lin Yi's words were also carried out by the team members without reservation. You brat. I'm afraid of drinking medicine. He did not even feel a bullet hitting his body, so why would he be afraid of drinking Chinese medicine? Are you mocking me? Ah. That's not necessarily true. I've seen some fearless people before, but they're afraid of injections and medicine. Lin Yi smiled. Come with me to the classroom later. I'll get it for you. Captain, you're so awesome. Huijuan couldn't find the words to describe the joy he was feeling right now. He'd thought that every day of his life was worth it, and that he'd be able to live until the day the painkillers and massages stopped working. He'd be able to die at that point, but Lin Yi was able to cure it. Lin Yi was like a god in the team, but Huijuan couldn't hide the shock he felt. Lin Yi definitely wasn't that old. If he wasn't wrong, he should be around the same age as Ning, 7 or 8 years younger than him. Yet, he seemed to be able to do everything. Where did he learn all this from? To be honest, I kind of missed those days, the rain of bullets every day. Lin Yi said, a little emotional when he heard Huijuan call him captain. Yeah, there's also Ning. Huijuan stopped abruptly as he realized that Lin Yi's face had darkened at the mention of that name. Let's not talk about that. Lin Yi sighed. The past is the past. But Ning's still asking about you. Huaijun said, his heart aching for Ning, but he didn't want to go against his captain's wishes. Then tell her that Eagle's dead. Lin Yi said faintly, a trace of sadness in his eyes. Indeed, he had already returned an identity. Every mission was a chance for him to be reborn. Once the mission was over, his life would come to an end. But Huaijun was about to say something when Lin Yi cut him off. Just tell her that the next time you see her. Lin Yi said. Long-term pain is better than short-term pain. You know very well that we're not meant for each other, and I might die one day. You don't want her to be a widow, do you? Huaijun lowered his head helplessly. Lin Yi was right, his life was more dangerous than his job as a police. Lin Yi was a god of war, but who could guarantee that a god of war wouldn't die? Then Yuan's song from our team. Huaijun said, remembering Ling Shan all of a sudden. Lin Yi's relationship with Ling Shan was pretty ambiguous. Would you believe me if I said I had nothing to do with her? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't think that Huaijun would have heard about what happened at the hospital. News traveled a little too fast. All right, I believe you. Huaijun nodded. But from a professional standpoint, you two are quite a good match. She's always on the front lines, sticking herself to the most dangerous places. How? I can tell, she's a bit of a tiger. Lin Yi said with a smile. She's actually quite cute. What, you're not going to consider her? The age difference is too big, and she treats me like a big brother. Wouldn't it be dirty of me to have any thoughts about her? Huaijun said with a smile. Plus, my marriage. It's not up to me to decide. You know that now that I've transferred, my family's treating me as a part of their plan. They'll probably arrange a blind date for me next year or so. Let's go, I'll get the medicine. Lin Yi said as he walked towards the door. Huaijun quickly followed. Wang Jifeng didn't go far. He waited quietly at the window at the end of the corridor. Seeing the door of the Academic Affairs office open, Wang Jifeng walked over quickly. Captain Yang, how is it? What's the matter? It's cleared up, it's nothing. Lin Yi was just defending himself. He'll go to the police station tomorrow to fill in his statement. Huaijun said with a nod. I'm going to his class with Lin Yi to get some materials. You don't have to go, Mr. Wang. Chapter 126. Help solve a problem. Huaijun sighed as he looked at the student-like captain. He'd always treated the guy like a god, but now he seemed more like a regular 12th grader than anything else. Once a day, in the morning, noon, and at night. Microwave it, or not. There aren't many rules, and there aren't many taboos. Just don't drink. Lin Yi said as he handed a bag of medicine to Huaijun. There were only 2 cleaning students in the classroom at the moment, and no one was paying attention to what Lin Yi had brought back. It's been a while since I've had alcohol, and my body can't handle it. Huaijun said with a bitter smile. This should be enough for a week, right? Yeah, a week's worth. Lin Yi nodded. I'll see how your body recovers after a week, and I'll give you the right medicine. All right, I'll be heading back then. I can't thank you enough. Where should I pick you up tomorrow? Or school? Huaijun asked. Let's meet at the school gates tomorrow. Park a little further away, and we'll talk. Lin Yi said after a moment's thought. After sending Huaijun off, Lin Yi turned around and headed to the washroom. He'd been planning on taking a piss when Jifeng stopped him, and it was only after Huaijun left that he reacted to the need. He saw Tang Yin's silhouette flashing by the door with a basin of water in her hands as he walked past Class 9. She must have been on duty, but retracted her head the moment she saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Did the girl think that he'd come to her class to peep on her? Why else would she be hiding? Lin Yi grinned at her. I'm going to the washroom. Ah. Tang Yin blinked as she watched Lin Yi walk away. She stomped her feet angrily. What the hell was he talking about when he was going to the washroom? This guy is definitely flirting with me. She really wanted to rush over and pour a bucket of dirty water on Lin Yi's head, but she didn't dare to. She dared to occasionally make small moves to attack Lin Yi, but she didn't dare to do something so out of line. After all, Lin Yi was a young master. If she angered him, he would disregard his previous pretense and do something out of line. Tang Yun wouldn't be able to react in time. Tang Yin waited until Lin Yi was close enough to the washroom before running over and pouring away the dirty water like a thief. She quickly filled up a basin of fresh water and ran back to her class. However, before he could take 2 steps, he bumped into someone. He lost his grip on the water basin and it flew out. Ah, Tang Yun lowered her head when she saw who it was. Mr. Wang, do you know how to walk? Jifeng was about to explode. He'd wanted to come to class 5 to see if Lin Yi was alright, but Huijuan was there, and it wasn't his place to ask too many questions. He decided to ask Lin Yi in private to make sure he wasn't in trouble. In the end, just as he reached the door of grade 12 class 9, a student in front of him splashed a pail of cold water on his face, making him look like a drowned rat. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. Tang Yin didn't know what to do. She was the kind of good student who only cared about her studies. She'd never made a mistake like this before. Splashing cold water on the head of a student wasn't a small matter. Although she didn't see the path clearly, she knew that it wasn't a good reason. I'm sorry. Is that it? Which class are you in? Wang Jifeng wiped the water off his face and sighed in relief when he saw that it was clean water. If it was dirty water, then he'd lose all his face as the dean. I'm in class 9. Tang Yin lowered her head. She'd never lied before, so she came clean when Wang Jifeng asked. In fact, lying was useless in front of class 9's door. Go back and write a self-reflection report, then read it in the broadcasting room. Wang Jifeng didn't care if the student did it on purpose or not, but he had to do something about it. Otherwise, where would his reputation as a dean go? Could other students splash water on her too? The broadcasting room. Tang Yun's heart skipped a beat. That was usually a place for bad students to reflect on. Today, it was her turn. She felt wronged at the thought. She wouldn't have run away if it weren't for Lin Yi. But how was she going to explain this to Mr. Wang? After all, it was a fact that she ran away rashly, but self-reflection. For a top student like Tang Yin, it was difficult. Tang Yin had never written a self-reflection report since she was young, nor did she make any mistakes. Tang Yin's eyes reddened at the thought. She was a girl, going to the broadcasting room to do self-reflection. Oh, Mr. Wang, did you just shower? But your hairstyle is pretty cool. You look a lot younger. Lin Yi came out of the washroom and saw the scene of Tang Yin accidentally splashing water on him. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl was too reckless. When he saw Wang Jifeng scolding Tang Yun, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. He wanted Wang Jifeng to teach this little troublemaker a lesson so that she wouldn't cause trouble for him. But when he saw that Tang Yun was about to cry, Lin Yi couldn't bear it anymore and walked over. Ugh. Wang Jifeng didn't think that he would meet Lin Yi at this time. Moreover, Lin Yi praised his hairstyle. It didn't matter if it was true or not, he couldn't say anything about Tang Yin splashing water on him. He could only nod. The weather is getting hotter. It'll be cooler if I take a shower. Oh, I thought Mr. Wang just finished exercising. Lin Yi laughed. Ha. I saw the students doing the bathroom, so I followed along. Wang Jifeng sweated as he looked at Lin Yi's evil smile. This kid really wasn't easy to deal with. Sure enough, he knew everything that had happened that day. Oh. Lin Yi nodded and suddenly turned to Tang Yin. Tang Yin, you're here. Don't wait for me. Go back to the classroom first. I have something to talk to Mr. Wang about. Ah. Tang Yin didn't expect Lin Yi to be this familiar with Wang Jifeng, chatting casually with him. Lin Yi was a young master with a strong background, after all, so Wang Jifeng naturally gave him some face. But at this moment, Tang Yin understood that Lin Yi was helping her out. Tang Yin felt sour in her heart. She was a top student, but she wasn't as useful as Lin Yi's identity. She looked at Lin Yi, then at Wang Jifeng. Wang Jifeng didn't think that Lin Yi and the girl who splashed water on him knew each other. When the girl raised her head, Wang Jifeng saw that it was Tang Yin, the prettiest girl in the school. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like there was something going on between Lin Yi and her. No wonder Lin Yi pointed him out. It seemed like he wanted him to let Tang Yin go. Chapter 127. Tang Yin cried. Tang Yin was a little startled, not only because of how easily Wang Jifeng brushed it off, but also because of what he said at the end. He told Lin Yi to look for her later. Was that really what the dean would say? Didn't he hate it when boys and girls got too close together? Why was it today? Tang Yin sighed faintly. Was this all because of Lin Yi's identity? She went back to class absent-mindedly and didn't do anything else. She sat in her seat and quietly thought about the events of the past few days. She didn't know if Lin Yi really liked her or not. She snuck a peek out of the classroom window to see Lin Yi and Wang Jifeng chatting happily. Tang Yin curled her lips. Would you still be able to do that if you weren't a young master? Tang Yin was both afraid and annoyed of Lin Yi. It was fine if he cared about his image, since she could throw a tantrum in front of him and make things difficult for him. But what if he didn't care about anything? Tang Yin didn't dare imagine what he'd do. There were too many unscrupulous young masters in Songshan, and Tang Yin had heard of them before. If it weren't for Songshan's strict school rules, she wouldn't have been able to escape her fate. Fortunately, Songshan's first school was a star private school in the city, and even the province. Their enrollment rate had always been one of the best, and the board of directors had powerful backgrounds as well. Those young masters might be unruly, but they didn't dare cross the line in school. Otherwise, they'd be mercilessly expelled even if they had a background. She thought back to her childhood playmate, her best friend, who now had both legs crippled and stayed at home all day. She used to be like her, full of dreams and hope for the future, but now, it was said that children from poor families matured early, and Tang Yin was no exception. It wasn't that she didn't understand the fickleness of society. What happened to her father made her understand how weak her family was, but she didn't think that those young masters would take pity on her and help her family. Her best friend's boyfriend had said the same thing, saying that he'd help her family get rich and move out of the slums. He'd even boasted in front of her that he'd take care of everything for her family, but what happened after that? Little Tang Yin's heart unknowingly grew wary and guarded against young masters like Lin Yi. Perhaps she was too afraid of Lin Yi, and that was why she did something so extreme to protect herself. But Tang Yin also understood that if Lin Yi were to drop his disguise one day, her little actions wouldn't do anything to Lin Yi, and would only provoke him instead. Thinking up to here, Tang Yin regretted provoking him and stepping on his foot. What if he couldn't take it anymore? Tang Yin's mind was a mess until she heard a knock on the window, startling her. She raised her head in panic, and saw Lin Yi standing there with his hand on the window. It was obvious that he was the one who knocked. You. What are you doing? Tang Yin was a little scared. She was just thinking about whether or not Lin Yi could force himself on her, but Lin Yi appeared. Lin Yi pointed at the plastic handle on the window. Although he could tell what she was saying from the shape of her mouth, Tang Yin wouldn't be able to hear him. The sound insulation of the plastic window was quite good. Oh. Tang Yin realized that the window was closed, and Lin Yi wouldn't be able to hear her. Only then did he cautiously open the window. You seem to be afraid of me. Lin Yi realized that Tang Yin was guarding against him like a porcupine. This wasn't a normal phenomenon. He still wanted to start a pure relationship. He couldn't just let it die like this, right? Why would I be afraid of you? Tang Yin twisted her body unnaturally, distancing herself from Lin Yi. What about you? What do you want? Nothing. Lin Yi felt innocent. Although he was lusting after Tang Yin's looks, and she was indeed a beauty, he was a normal man. He would more or less have some thoughts, but he didn't do anything further. Tang Yin looked at his innocent eyes, and bit her lips angrily. You chased Heartwarming away, and now you're trying to please my mother. You even gave me a dress, didn't you want to pursue me? Tang Yin was a little shy, but since the conversation had reached this point, she might as well make it clear so that Lin Yi could give up early. Ugh. Gave you a dress. Lin Yi didn't think that she would still think that he was the one who gave her the dress after he asked for 50 kwai. This gift was too good. He would open a gift company in the future, specializing in giving gifts to people. But wooing. It seemed that he was right. Tang Yun really thought that he was wooing her. She did all this just to get close to her. Lin Yi thought that Tang Yun wanted to woo her. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. If Wai Juan knew about this, he would laugh his head off. Fine, I want to pursue you, so what? Lin Yi wanted to tease Tang Yin, so he nodded and admitted it. You. How could you do this? Tang Yin didn't think that once she provoked him, Lin Yi would really take off his disguise and admit it. She didn't know what to do, so she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. She didn't have the courage to question him anymore. Tang Yin buried her head very low, almost into her collar. The back of her neck was originally covered by her hair, but her fair skin was reflected in Lin Yi's eyes, making his imagination run wild. Lin Yi wanted to tease her a bit more, but he saw Tang Yin's long eyelashes flutter, and her body was slightly moving up and down. There was a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks. Lin Yi jumped in fright. Tang Yin was crying. Little Thorn, she wasn't that weak, was she? He thought that she was strong when she stepped on his foot fiercely, but he didn't think that she would cry after a few words. Even Wang Jifeng didn't have that much strength. All right, don't cry. Lin Yi had never coaxed a girl before, and he was a bit flustered. He didn't know what to do. If you don't cry, I'll buy you candy. Tang Yun got even angrier as she listened to Lin Yi's nonsense, thinking that he was mocking her on purpose. She felt wronged and cried even harder as she laid her head on the table, sobbing. All right, as long as you don't cry, I'll promise you one thing, as long as it's within my power. Lin Yi had never promised anyone anything before, but if he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. If Wai Juan knew that the captain was making a promise just to coax a girl not to cry, he'd be shocked to death. Who cares? Tang Yin felt wronged, and ignored Lin Yi after that. Chapter 128. Barbecue Tips. Jifeng didn't really have much to discuss with Lin Yi. He just wanted to ask Lin Yi if Wai Juan was looking for him just for a statement. If not, he'd ask the principal, Ding Bing Gong, to step in and take care of the situation. Jifeng was relieved to hear that Tang Yun was fine. He knew that Lin Yi was protecting Tang Yun, so there was no need for him to be the bad guy. His weakness was still in Lin Yi's hands, and while private schools weren't as strict as public schools, it wouldn't end well for him if the board of directors found out about it. Lin Yi had hired him to manage the school with a high salary, not to mess around with women. Jifeng patted Lin Yi's shoulder before he left, telling him not to go overboard with his relationship with Tang Yun, at least not to put him in a difficult position in school. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly, not bothering to explain. He knew that Jifeng wouldn't believe him even if he did. Most of the other students were back in class by the time Lin Yi got back. Pin Liang was talking to Meng Yao about something, but Meng Yao didn't want to talk to him. Pinliang wasn't discouraged, however. As far as he was concerned, he didn't have any competitors in school yet. He was the only one who was good enough for Meng Yao, so he wasn't worried at all. Lin Yi didn't bother with him either. Harassment like this wouldn't do anything to Meng Yao, so Lin Yi didn't bother with him. "Boss, what's up with Mr. Wang? Is it because of the fight the other day?" Kong Xiaobo was a little worried. After all, he was involved in the fight. No, it's about my transfer." Lin Yi didn't mention Huaijuan's situation to Kong Xiaobo. Lin Yi couldn't tell him everything. "Oh, that's good." Kong Xiaobo nodded. "Right, boss, when I was coming back, I saw that Tang Yin's curtains and windows were open." Tang Yin's eyes were red like she just cried. "Do you think Zhou Ruoming went to harass her again?" "This. How would I know?" Lin Yi sweated. Kong Xiaobo's observation skills were quite strong. At lunchtime, Lin Yi planned to go to the cafeteria, but Kong Xiaobo dragged him out for barbecue. "I didn't have enough last Friday. I've been craving for 2 days." Mrs. Tang's barbecue could only be described as ordinary. It wasn't delicious, and it didn't have any special recipes. But how much more could you ask for from a street stall? Tang Yin didn't come to help today. The lunch break was actually quite stressful. Many students needed to take the opportunity to take a nap, otherwise they wouldn't be able to continue doing their homework in the afternoon. Tang Yin was distracted by Lin Yi today. She planned to take a break at noon to calm down, otherwise she wouldn't be able to focus on her studies. The barbecue stall wasn't very popular at lunchtime, and there wasn't anything special about it. The school had a cafeteria, and the number of students eating there was still quite a bit. Mrs. Tang had just finished grilling 2 tofu rolls for a female student when she raised her head and saw Lin Yi and Xiaobo. A smile appeared on her face. "Lin Yi, you brought a classmate here to eat." "Yeah." Lin Yi was a bit embarrassed. It was Kong Xiaobo who wanted to eat, but it turned out that he was the one bringing a classmate. Tang Yin had just said that he was using the opportunity to please her mother. "Auntie, how's business?" "It's a Monday." Mrs. Tang shook her head. "There aren't many people today. We just opened not too long ago. Come, sit. What do you want to eat?" "I'll prepare it. 20 mutton skewers, 2 lamb chops, 2 chicken necks, 2 tofu rolls, 2 bottles of beer." The same as the last 2 days, Kong Xiaobo was the type of person who didn't like to change the way he ate. "Let's skip the beer, we still have class in the afternoon." Lin Yi had Wang Jifeng as his backing, but since he decided to enjoy his student days, Lin Yi didn't want to be too special. Lin Yi could drink like water, but Kong Xiaobo couldn't. "Ha! I'll skip it then." Kong Xiaobo scratched his head. He wouldn't dare drink without Lin Yi's encouragement. Mrs. Tang was a bit surprised. Wasn't Lin Yi one of the big 4? He taught Zhou Ruoming a harsh lesson on Friday, and it wasn't fake. Why was he so hesitant to drink a bottle of beer? Zhou Ruoming and the others wouldn't care about that, right? They could drink whenever they wanted. But thinking about it, Mrs. Tang realized that Lin Yi didn't have the bad habits of those bullies. He was respectful even when he disagreed with her. It seemed that rich families had good upbringing as well, after all. Not all of them were like Zhou Ruoming, arrogant and overbearing. Mrs. Tang had a good impression of Lin Yi the last few times she saw him. Soon, the barbecue was served. They were the only one at the table, so they didn't need to wait. As Kong Xiaobo dug in, Lin Yi picked up a chicken neck skewer and took 2 bites. Then he said to the bored Mrs. Tang, "Auntie, you can actually make the chicken neck New Orleans flavored. That would make it a specialty and your business would be better." "That's true, but I don't know how to do it." Mrs. Tang smiled bitterly. "It's just a small stall, what's so special about it?" "That's not necessarily true. A lot of stores start small. Lin Yi said, actually, you don't need a recipe. You can buy the marinade online. Emichim. If you don't know how to go online, you can ask Tang Yun to buy it for you. When Lin Yi was living with that greedy old man in the mountains, he often bought things for him online. Oh. Really? Wouldn't it be expensive? Mrs. Tang didn't know much about this, but she was a bit tempted by Lin Yi's words. Who didn't want to have a better business? It wouldn't be expensive, but it would definitely increase the cost. Lin Yi said, but if you don't think it's troublesome, you can make it yourself. I've studied the recipe, and I'll write it out tonight. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. It's just some sugar, chili, and other common seasonings. You can buy it at the wholesale market. That's great. Thank you in advance. I'll make it myself. It's a small business, and I don't make much money. Mrs. Tang was a bit excited. She didn't expect Lin Yi to have studied the recipe. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Lin Yi shook his head. Then I'll ask Yin to get it for you tomorrow. I'll treat you when I make it. Mrs. Tang's impression of Lin Yi was even better now. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that Lin Yi was a good kid. Although he came from a good family, he was never arrogant or despotic. He was polite to people. But she had never seen Lin Yi's arrogance before. When Lin Yi got cocky, he could poke a hole in the sky. Chapter 129. Kick you if you get in the way, boss, you're saving the country in a roundabout way. Heh heh, it looks like Tang Yun's mom has a good impression of you. Kong Xiaobo said as he looked at Lin Yi. Heh heh, changing the recipe will bring you closer to Tang Yun's mom. I see you eating barbecue all day, and I don't think it's very tasty. You can eat it yourself if you change it up. Lin Yi said as he slapped Kong Xiaobo's head. What are you thinking? Heh heh, nothing, nothing. Kong Xiaobo shook his head. You can eat it yourself if you change it up. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, not replying. From Kong Xiaobo's point of view, he was pursuing Tang Yun, wasn't he? But Lin Yi didn't explain. He'd already made such a bold statement in front of Tang Yun today, and it wouldn't be right to explain himself. It was lunch break, and the third years were quiet. It wasn't as noisy as the first and second years. Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo stood at the window at the end of the hallway. The March sun was bright but not hot, and it felt warm when it touched their bodies. The trajectory of his life had changed ever since the old man had given him that strange mission. His original self belonged to a tense and dangerous world, but now it was peaceful and warm. Boss, it's Zhou Ruoming with Pinliang. Kong Xiaobo said as he pointed at the basketball hoop. Lin Yi looked over and saw Zhou Ruoming and Pinliang talking about something. Both of them were standing sideways, and Lin Yi couldn't see what they were saying. He didn't have X-ray vision or anything like that, and he wouldn't be able to see what they were talking about. What does Zhou Ruoming's family do? Because of Tang Yun, Lin Yi knew that it was inevitable that he would clash with Zhou Ruoming in the future. Friday was just the beginning. Zhou Ruoming. His father is a real estate developer. He used to be a contractor. I heard that he is very black-hearted and often owes his workers their wages. Kong Xiaobo said, however, Zhou Ruoming's brother, Zhou Ruoguang, is a gangster leader in the northern district. As long as the workers are harassed, Zhou Ruoguang will bring his men to beat them up. After beating them up, the workers don't dare to come again. Oh. You seem to know quite a lot about this. Lin Yi said, curious. Zhou Ruoming wasn't in his class, but Xiaobo knew. Zhou Ruoming always brags about these things. This is also the reason why he is popular in school. Kong Xiaobo explained, most people in school know about his glorious history. This guy isn't afraid that someone will mess with his family. Lin Yi curled his lips. Gangsters. Huijuan will teach his brother a lesson someday and he'll behave. As they spoke, they saw Zhou Ruoming and Pinliang separate. Zhou Ruoming walked out of the school while Pinliang walked towards the building. In fact, Zhou Ruoming only wanted to confirm Lin Yi's background with Pinliang. Zhou Ruoming couldn't just let it go like that after what happened on Friday. If he didn't get his revenge, he wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore. He wanted to talk to his brother, Zhou Ruoguang, and see what he should do. Lin Yi and Xiaobo returned to the classroom to find Meng Yao and Yushu watching their MP4S as usual. Pinliang, on the other hand, had moved a chair to sit beside Meng Yao, a silly grin on his face. Who knew if he'd be able to understand the animations on the MP4S? Yushu pointed at Pinliang when she saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi realized that he and Yushu were getting more and more in sync. If she weren't Meng Yao's best friend, Lin Yi wouldn't mind flirting with her a little. It'd be a worthwhile trip for him. Yushu thought that Pinliang was too annoying, and she couldn't chase him away no matter how hard she tried. Since Lin Yi came in, Yushu used Lin Yi's hand to chase Pinliang away. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, walking quickly to Pinliang. Pinliang seemed to have sensed that Lin Yi didn't come with good intentions, but he sat there, not thinking about what reason Lin Yi had to deal with him. Pinliang didn't think that he'd offended Lin Yi in the past few days. Lin Yi didn't care what Pinliang thought. He walked over and kicked the leg of the chair Pinliang was sitting on, flipping it over and sending Pinliang sprawling on the ground. Don't block the way. Lin Yi didn't even look at Pinliang as he stepped over him. Silence. Deathly silence. Although the classroom was originally very quiet during the lunch break, there were still people whispering. But at this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Before Lin Yi transferred, Pinliang was the bully in the class, but everything changed after Lin Yi came. The scene in school made everyone respect Lin Yi, and what happened today made them feel that Lin Yi was a spoiled brat. Just because he was in the way, and that wasn't even a reason, he sent Pinliang sprawling on the ground. Who in the class, or even the school, would have the guts to do that? Even Zhou Ruoming, one of the big four, wouldn't be this arrogant, right? Lin Yi. Pinliang's eyes flashed with hatred. He didn't want to give up, he wanted to jump up and fight Lin Yi. But he didn't dare. Pinliang clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with humiliation and helplessness. Lin Yi, just you wait, Zhou Ruoming will take care of you. You can be arrogant for a few days first. Pinliang quietly got up from the ground, put his chair back on his seat, and sat back down. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi's back in shock. This guy was a natural-born violent maniac. That kick was fierce, but it was stylish. Men like this gave her a sense of security. Yao Yao, did you notice that Shield Bro is really handsome? Yushu gave a thumbs up, admiring Meng Yao. Shu, are you charmed by him? Meng Yao saw Yushu's infatuated expression and felt a little uncomfortable. Hee, a little, but don't worry, Yao Yao, I won't fight with you. Yushu giggled, your choice is my choice, you. Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she knocked Yushu's head. She didn't know what Yushu was thinking, why was she still so passionate about the past? Was it because of Lin Yi, or was it because of her? Meng Yao didn't know, it was just a weird feeling. Was it you who made Lin Yi do that? Meng Yao whispered. Ah. You saw it. Yushu blinked, I didn't do it for your own good. It's so annoying to see him laughing like an idiot. You beat him, but Shu, you need to watch your image. If Lin Yi keeps doing this, he'll probably be expelled in a few days. Do you think he has a strong background like everyone else? Meng Yao smiled bitterly. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Kong Xiaobo's family. As the saying goes, bad news travels 1,000 miles. Even in the neighboring Class 9, Lin Yi's amazing feats were spreading like wildfire. Tang Yin wanted to take a nap at noon, but she couldn't. Her mind was filled with Lin Yi's despicable smile. She rubbed her sore temples and the corners of her eyes, which were red from crying. She lifted her head, wanting to read a book when she heard someone talking about Lin Yi's name. Tang Yin's heart tightened. She didn't know why she was concerned about the name. Was it because she was afraid that people would talk about Lin Yi chasing her? Did you know? When I went to the washroom just now, I saw the new transfer student from 12th grade class 5 kick Pinliang's chair over. Pinliang fell flat on his back. The boy beamed with joy as he told his classmates about what he had seen and heard. Do you know why? Because of what? A few students who were listening to the side asked. Life in the 12th grade was simple and ordinary, so the occasional exciting news was enough to keep everyone happy for a while. That's because the transfer student said Pinliang was blocking the way. He's going to kick him next time. The boy said as if he was Lin Yi himself. Don't you think he's amazing? That transfer student's name is Lin Yi, right? He's so handsome. A girl who was a bit infatuated interrupted. Didn't you guys see him last week? He single-handedly beat up that gangster who was holding a gun. This kind of man gives me a great sense of security. Pfft, there's no way he'd like someone like you. You're so slutty, you don't even know how many people you've fucked. Another girl humphed coldly. I'm more like him, get lost. Being looked down upon, that wind *SS was immediately displeased. Why don't you take a look at your crooked appearance? You're not even as good as me. From what I see, if there's a chance, only Tang Yun is worthy of it. Tang Yun was using a book as a cover as she listened in on the conversation nearby. She couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard Lin Yi kick Pinliang's chair over. He was still a playboy after all. It hadn't even been 2 days, and now he was showing his true colors after being provoked by her. Just as he was feeling disdainful, he heard someone mention him and even said that he and Lin Yi were a good match. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, but he couldn't get up to refute it. This kind of thing, the more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. His annoyance toward Lin Yi grew. Lin Yi didn't know that his glorious deeds had spread. When he returned to his seat, he saw Kong Xiaobo giving him a thumbs up. Lin Yi didn't care. Study hard. Let's see what you can do if you can't get into a university. Hee, I'll start reading now. Kong Xiaobo smiled bitterly. Man, if my family was like second grandpa's family, I wouldn't have to study so hard. I could be a playboy too. Lin Yi heard Kong Xiaobo talk about his family for the first time. Your second grandpa? What kind of person is he? Is he powerful? Powerful? Kong Xiaobo's lips curled up in disdain. He's just a scumbag who took someone else's stuff to get rich. He basically doesn't have much contact with our family anymore. Oh. Lin Yi could tell that it was a family feud. You know Dr. Kong, right? Kong Xiaobo said. Dr. Kong. Lin Yi frowned. Why did it sound familiar? However, he suddenly remembered that when he was in the pharmacy a few days ago, he heard the salesperson say, the Dr. Kong who sells Jinchuang medicine. And, that's him. Kong Xiaobo nodded. He is my second grandpa. Ugh, then aren't you also a rich second generation, a rich third generation? Lin Yi was a little surprised about Kong Xiaobo's family background. What rich second generation and rich third generation? Kong Xiaobo smiled bitterly. My grandpa is my grandpa, and my second grandpa is my second grandpa. Now it's 2 families. My family is very poor, working class, I guess. Family feud? Asked Lin Yi. You could say that. The recipe for Jinchuang medicine belonged to both my grandpa and my second grandpa. My second grandpa wanted to use the recipe to build a factory, but my grandpa didn't agree. That's how the conflict started. Kong Xiaobo explained. My second grandpa seems to have stolen the recipe and built his own factory. The two families fell out after that, and now, your grandpa sure is stubborn. You can't blame your second grandpa for being greedy if he doesn't want to make money with something this good. Lin Yi nodded. If it were me, I'd probably choose to make money too. However, this incident reminded Lin Yi of something. The recipe was worth a lot of money. His medicine and Huaijuan's painkillers could all be produced and sold. The profits would be huge. And this was something that needed to be researched. He wanted to see if he could find someone to work with and earn some money. It wasn't right to keep using Mingyao's family's money. It was like living off a woman. That's what I was thinking, actually. Kong Xiaobo stuck his tongue out. My second grandpa stole the recipe, and I asked my grandpa if he knew what ingredients were in the recipe. He said he'd forgotten about it after looking at it. Man, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll have to work hard myself. You're pretty open-minded. Lin Yi looked at Kong Xiaobo in a higher light now. So what if I don't? Looking for trouble. What's wrong with you? Kong Xiaobo said helplessly. All I can do is sigh sometimes. Alright, boss, I'm going to go read. Dr. Kong. Recipe. Lin Yi frowned. There had to be more to this than meets the eye, but Kong Xiaobo didn't say anything about it. Maybe he didn't know much. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Ling Shan was going crazy. The robbers were hiding really deep, and they were in a mountainous area. It was a lot of inconvenience for the search. The business car with the license plate number 74110 was found, but the license plate had been broken. From the characteristics, it could be determined that this car was the robber's car, but it was useless. Ling Shan had no choice but to call Huaijuan's number. Captain Yang. Ling Shan was a little embarrassed to speak. Song, it's about the robbers, right? Huaijuan guessed that it was about the case. Yeah. I don't have any leads, Captain Yang. Ling Shan said awkwardly. Song, I'm not that good at solving cases, actually. I'm just careful, that's all. This is different from a normal bank robbery. It involves Pingzhan and Mengyao, so the kidnapping is their main goal, robbery is secondary. Huaijuan said. These people are organized, and I'm afraid rushing them won't work, especially with how tight the situation is right now. Their superiors will tell them to hide as well. Ling Shan wasn't expecting Huaijuan to be helpless. Chapter 131. Ling Shan, troubled. Huaijuan's reminder reminded Ling Shan that the suspect had been missing for a couple of months before being arrested. Captain Yang, you're saying? Ling Shan wasn't sure. This case can wait. When the suspect lets his guard down. Huaijuan said. You won't be able to rush it otherwise. Ugh. Captain Yang, but I've already signed a military order with Captain Qin. Ling Shan said, troubled. She wouldn't have signed a military order if she'd known that the case was this complicated. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? I see. Huaijuan was speechless. Ling Shan really was brave enough to take responsibility for her doing, even he didn't dare do something like this. This case was complicated, and the interests involved weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. Who was Pingzhan? He was a member of the Provincial Political Consultative Committee, a celebrity entrepreneur in the province. Not only did he have a wide network of contacts, but he was also friends with the military's House Qin. Someone dared to touch his daughter with a background like that, and it went without saying that this person's background and power were beyond imagination. Normal people would be looking to die if they dared to touch Pingzhan, but people who dared to touch Pingzhan's people had to be on an even higher level. Even with Huijun's family background, they wouldn't want to mess with someone like that. This was a very difficult case to handle. Song, you're a little too hasty with that military order, Huijun said. There was no point in pouring cold water on Lingshan right now, but he had to at least give her some time to prepare herself. Someone who dared to touch Pingzhan's daughter, you should know what kind of person this is, right? This is a conflict of interests on an even higher level, and those robbers are just pawns. They're not hard to deal with, but the people protecting them are. At the very least, it'll be very hard for us to find the robbers before we lose their protection. Once this blows over and these people give up on the robbers, it'll be easy for us to find them. Lingshan was a little reckless, but she wasn't stupid. She understood what Huijun was saying. She shouldn't have signed a military order with the director at all. She should have just told the director about it, and the director wouldn't give her a hard time. But the order had already been made, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say something like that. No matter what, Lingshan had to hold on. Captain Yang. Then Lingshan didn't want to give up halfway. Even if she missed the appointed time, it wouldn't be a big deal, and the director wouldn't really do anything to her, but her position and reputation in the police station would drop as well. If you really want to solve the case, then listen to me and ask Lin Yi. Maybe there will be unexpected results. Huijun gave her a reminder, but it wasn't up to Huijun to decide whether or not Lin Yi would help her. Lin Yi? Can he help me? Lingshan didn't think much of it the first time, but the second time. She knew that Huijun wasn't the type of person to say things he didn't mean. He wouldn't say things he didn't have any evidence to back them up. Maybe. Huijun smiled. If he really wants to help you. I understand. Thank you, Captain Yang. Huijun's words were very clear, and Lingshan, naturally, didn't want to keep asking. She hung up the phone with a frown on her face. Lin Yi. Just who was this person? According to Li Fu, this was a follower hired by Pengzhan to play with the miss, or perhaps a personal bodyguard. The fact that he was able to bring Meng Yao out of the kidnappers without a scratch meant that he had some skills, but would he be able to help Pengzhan solve the case and arrest the kidnappers? And why was Captain Yang trying so hard to get this person? Just what kind of ability did this person have to make Captain Yang take a liking to him? All of a sudden, Lingshan remembered something strange. That day when she brought Lin Yi to the police station, they bumped into Huijun on the way, and Huijun acted like he'd seen a ghost. He'd gotten all excited when he saw Lin Yi, calling him Eagle non-stop. Lin Yi didn't admit to it, and even mocked Huijun, but the two talked for a long time in the office afterward. She asked Huijun about it afterward, and Huijun didn't say anything, only saying that he'd released Lin Yi. Lingshan didn't think much about it at the time, but now that she thought about it, Huijun's attitude was a little strange. Huijun wasn't a reckless man, so what kind of person did he think Lin Yi was to make him so emotional, to the point of losing his composure in front of Lingshan? From the looks of it, there had to be something wrong with Lin Yi, but she didn't know about it. Huijun didn't tell her about it either. Huijun only helped her when she was in trouble. Lingshan felt a wave of bitterness when she thought about Lin Yi. Asking her to beg him. With their relationship now, it'd be good enough if Lin Yi didn't mock her, let alone help her. She'd never offend him in the first place if she'd known that he was useful. Lingshan hesitated for a long time before deciding to increase her search efforts. Asking her to beg Lin Yi was the same as killing her. She could imagine how much Lin Yi would mock her. Lin Yi hadn't been nice to her since the first day she met him, saying that she'd gotten in through the back door. If she went to beg him now, wouldn't he say that she was useless, and that she'd gotten in through the back door? She couldn't even solve a case, and now she had to ask for help. What happened at the hospital only deepened the conflict between the two. She just wanted to teach him a lesson, but who would have thought that it'd turn into a flirtatious drama? She really regretted it. Lingshan sighed. Why was she so unlucky? She was the instructor of the Rampage Special Forces, and yet she'd fallen into the hands of a little man. How embarrassing was that? Wouldn't her old comrades and students laugh their heads off if they knew that instructor Song was being looked down upon? That wasn't even the second. The most frustrating thing was that she'd grown up in the compound, and all the boys around her had always been obedient to her. She'd never been taken advantage of like this before. Asking her to beg Lin Yi was the same as lowering her head to Lin Yi. When had she ever lowered her head to anyone? Ling Shan was conflicted, and so she vented her anger on her underlings, ordering them to increase their search efforts day and night. They had to find the culprit. Chapter 132. The Tang mother and daughter, Mom. Tang Yin patted her chest as she looked behind her worriedly. Thank goodness that evil person hadn't come after her, or she wouldn't know what to do. Yin, school's over. Mrs. Tang was lighting up the grill with charcoal. The 12th graders were out of school at this time every day, and there was still a lot of business. Put your bag down and help Mom. The 12th graders finished school late, and it was already past lunchtime. Most of them would buy something to eat before going home for dinner. And, Mom. Why are you so happy today? Is business good? Tang Yin asked, surprised to see her mother in a good mood. Lin Yi said that he has a recipe for New Orleans barbecue. He'll give it to me tomorrow to improve our barbecue. Business will be good then. Mrs. Tang couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. I heard that you elementary school kids like New Orleans barbecue. Our business will definitely be good. Lin Yi. Tang Yin's face changed at the name. He's here again. He came for lunch with his friends. Mrs. Tang didn't notice the change in her daughter. He's a good boy, he doesn't have the bad habits of those rich young masters, and he's very polite. Tang Yin curled her lips in disdain. Mom, he's up to no good. What are you talking about, kid? What do you mean by up to no good? He's helping us out of goodwill, how can you talk to him like that? Mrs. Tang was getting angry. He's up to no good. Why would he be? He's a rich young master in our family, what could he possibly want from us? He. Tang Yin felt wronged as she bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. Her pretty face was filled with unwillingness. Mom, can't you tell? He wants to be friends with me. Tang Yin decided to be straightforward and let her mother see the evil side of Lin Yi. It was a little embarrassing, but at least her mother wouldn't be tricked by that evil person. Making friends. That's a good thing. I think Lin Yi is a good kid. You should interact with him more. It'll be helpful for you. Mrs. Tang glared at her daughter. Maybe his family knows someone. Help your father find someone, and the factory will pay the compensation. You little girl, you don't know anything. Don't you understand the ways of society? Didn't Wang Jiaming in the factory just cut off a piece of flesh from his finger on the lathe? What kind of injury was that? However, the son-in-law's uncle was a small leader in the street office, and the factory director, Sun Laifu, that bastard, compensated him with 10,000 yuan in medical expenses and even visited him. Look at how easy it is to get things done with connections. Mom. Tang Yin felt even more wronged. She didn't think that her words would cause her mother to complain so much. But her mother was telling the truth, how could Tang Yin not understand? However, how could her mother understand the lives of these rich young masters? Playing with women was as normal as changing clothes. Why would they help with the trivial matters of their own families? Not to mention making friends, even if it was, that, wouldn't it be of no use? Mom, don't tell me you forgot about Xiaofan. That person said that he would help Xiaofan's family. What about now? Tang Yin didn't argue with her mother. How can that man be compared to Lin Yi? He's far from it. Mrs. Tang snorted. I said that the man had shifty eyes and was just a hooligan. He doesn't know how to show off just because his family has some money. I even told you to stay away from him. Your mother has lived for so many years. I can tell who's good and who's bad. Tang Yun was speechless. It seemed that her mother was tricked by Lin Yi's act. She was actually speaking up for him. You girl, you're stubborn. You're just like me back then. You can't see the ways of the world. When I was in the factory, I was also the flower of the factory. At that time, the workshop director introduced his son to me. I didn't like that kid. Instead, I fell in love with your father, a skilled worker. What happened in the end? Mrs. Tang didn't wait for Tang Yun to speak. She started lecturing again. The workshop director's son opened a travel agency. He earns a few million a year. Look at your father. No one cares for him when he's injured. I have to work myself to death every day to support the family. Why can't you understand? If I could choose again, I'd definitely choose the workshop director's son. I'd be a rich wife. How can I work myself to death every day? Her mother's words made Tang Yun silent. Indeed, her mother's words were very sophisticated. But Tang Yun didn't blame her anymore. What kind of woman would take care of the household by herself? During the day, she had to set up a stall outside to support her husband's medical expenses. At night, she had to take care of her paralyzed husband. She couldn't even sleep when her husband was asleep. She had to prepare the ingredients for the barbecue stall the next day. It was no wonder that her mother had such selfish thoughts. However, Tang Yun didn't agree with her mother's thoughts. A woman shouldn't rely on a man, right? Through her own hard work, she could make a name for herself. She could give her family a good life. All right, Mom. I'll stop talking. If you want his recipe, then take it. I don't care anymore. Tang Yun didn't want to make her mother angry. She lowered her head and started helping her mother. Then tomorrow, go to his class and get the recipe. Don't forget to thank him. Mrs. Tang sighed after seeing Tang Yun's reluctance. You girl, it's not like you'll die if you say a few good words to him. Ah. Tang Yun was busy arranging the meat skewers when she heard her mother's words. Her hand trembled, and a skewer fell to the ground. What are you doing, you stupid girl? Why are you so careless? Mrs. Tang's heart ached. That was 1 yuan. She quickly picked it up and put it aside. I'll wash it later. I'll barbecue it for your dad tonight. Usually, the family wouldn't bear to eat the barbecue skewers themselves. They would only give it to Mr. Tang if they couldn't sell it or if they weren't fresh. Tang Yun and her mother wouldn't bear to eat it. Mom, I don't want to get it. Can't you just ask him to bring it himself? Tang Yun didn't want to go to Lin Yi. Asking her to go to Lin Yi herself. What was wrong with that? Mrs. Tang almost died from anger at her daughter's words. He gave us the recipe, and you want him to bring it himself. What are you thinking? Do you think he owes you? But... Tang Yun lowered her head and pouted. She was unhappy. Girl, if you don't want to go, I'll go tomorrow. Mrs. Tang said helplessly. Chapter 133. A bus encounter Tuesday morning. Lin Yi had a date with Huijuan, so it wasn't a good idea for him to take Faubert's car. Lin Yi didn't want Huijuan to know about his current situation, and the fact that the godlike eagle in their eyes was playing house with the miss. It was quite embarrassing, and Lin Yi felt like he'd been tricked by his old man at home. Was this mission going to last him the rest of his life? Lin Yi still didn't know what he was planning to do. Besides, Kong Xiaobo was suspicious of him when he was on the bus yesterday morning, and things were bound to go wrong if things went on like this. It wouldn't be a big deal for him, but it was hard to say if the two girls would say anything about it. And so, Lin Yi left a note for Meng Yao and Yushu after making them breakfast, saying that he'd be leaving first, and that he wouldn't be taking Faubert's car. Lin Yi wasn't very good at walking after leaving the villa district. He looked left and right, but there wasn't a single taxi in sight. Lin Yi was speechless, as expected of a villa district. Who didn't have a couple of cars here? It'd be weird if there were any taxis waiting to pick up passengers. Lin Yi had no choice but to walk on foot. He walked quite a distance, and finally found a bus stop at the end of the street. There was only one bus here, a sightseeing bus or something. There wasn't a stop for Songshan's first high on the bus, and it seemed like he'd have to ask after getting on the bus. The sightseeing bus was quite fast, and it didn't take long for it to arrive. Lin Yi got on the bus, paid the fare, and asked the driver. As expected, there weren't any stops for Songshan's first high, and they weren't on the same route. He'd have to change to the 87 bus at Jingtai Market to get to Songshan's first high. There weren't many people on the sightseeing bus, and Lin Yi guessed that it wasn't going anywhere. The fare was expensive, too, and the other buses were 1 yuan. When they arrived at the Jingtai Market, Lin Yi alighted from the bus and looked at the bus stop. Indeed, there was a number 87 bus sign. Compared to the previous villa district, there was not a single person at the station, but there were many people waiting for the bus. There were men and women, young and old. It seemed that they were all going to work or school. Every time a train stopped, there would be a group of people squeezing onto it. But even so, the number of people on the platform did not decrease. It seemed that there were more people waiting for the train. After waiting for a while, an 87 bus finally arrived. Lin Yi followed the crowd and boarded the bus. The number of passengers on the bus was obviously several times more than the previous loop bus. Lin Yi found a seat near the door and didn't squeeze in. Who knew if there would be more people boarding the bus later? If they couldn't get off the train when they arrived at the station, it would be a bit unlucky. The bus stopped at the slums area. This was one of the old districts that hadn't been renovated yet. Most of the people living here were poor. They all lived in single-story houses. Lin Yi looked out of the window and was surprised to see Tang Yun's figure. She was wearing a clean school uniform and a canvas backpack. Her whole body was slender and elegant. Under the morning sun, her beautiful black hair had a leaf-shaped hairpin that shone with a rainbow light. It gave off the vibe of a manga girl. It was filled with a strong school style. It made Lin Yi's eyes light up and he couldn't help but want to get close to her. Tang Yun also wanted to take the 87 bus, but she boarded from the front door. After getting on the bus, she tried her best to squeeze in, but there were too many people on the bus. How could a girl like Tang Yun have that much strength? She squeezed a few times, but she couldn't get in. Instead, the passengers in front rolled their eyes at her. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yun was a pretty girl, they would have cursed at her. Why are you running? Where can you run to? I've finally caught up to you. Why aren't you running now? Lin Yi was wondering why Tang Yun was squeezing into the car when he heard a young man behind Tang Yun flirting with her. He even wanted to get his hands on her. It was noisy in the bus, and there was a front door and a back door. However, Lin Yi's hearing was sharp and his attention was on Tang Yun. He heard it clearly. Frowning, Lin Yi guessed that Tang Yun was being harassed by some gangster. This was an old city, and it was normal to have some young gangsters with nothing to do. Judging from his tone, it wasn't the first or second day that he'd been harassing Tang Yun. It seemed that even beauties had their troubles. A commoner school beauty might be a joke, but it was completely different from Meng Yao and Yushu. Meng Yao only had to worry about Zhong Pingliang's harassment every day. She didn't have to worry about gangsters harassing her. Tang Yun, on the other hand, was different. She was born pretty, and she was probably being targeted by the unemployed. Since he was here, Lin Yi wouldn't just leave it be. He quickly parted the crowd in front of him, displaying his agility and strength. The people he parted didn't even know what was going on before Lin Yi squeezed through them. At this point, all the passengers had boarded, and the door was about to close. Lin Yi grabbed the gangster behind Tang Yun with his left hand and threw him out of the car without saying a word. Then, he let go of his left hand and the door closed. Tang Yun watched in shock as Lin Yi squeezed his way through the bus and threw the gangster off the bus. She didn't know what Lin Yi was doing in this bus. Tang Yun thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Why was she seeing this evil person? Didn't people pick him up every day? It wasn't until Lin Yi tossed the gangster off the bus and turned around that Tang Yun was sure that the person in front of her was Lin Yi. Why are you being harassed by people like this? Lin Yi asked. Tang Yun pouted. She didn't know how to answer. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Tang Yun wanted to say, "Why are you harassing me?" But she didn't dare. Lin Yi was scarier than the gangster. What kind of person was he? He could stop the door from closing with one hand, and throw people out with the other. No wonder Zhong Pingliang and Zhou Ruoming didn't want to mess with him. This guy was a violent maniac. The people on the bus looked at Lin Yi in horror. The ones who had been squeezed by Lin Yi before wanted to complain, but seeing how tough Lin Yi was, throwing people off the bus like that, they all kept their mouths shut. No one wanted to be the next one to be thrown into the air. The driver wanted to nag about how Lin Yi almost broke the bus door, but he didn't dare say anything. Who wanted to mess with someone like this? He started the car quietly and drove away, ignoring the gangster who fell on the bus stop. Chapter 134. To lose one's head. Fuck, who threw your grandpa out? Do you want to die? I'll fuck you up. The young man got up from the platform, rubbed his butt that was hurting from the fall, and cursed fiercely at the bus that was going away, causing a group of young and old men on the platform to burst into laughter. Laugh? What are you laughing at? Do you want to die? The young man was embarrassed by the laughter. He turned around and glared at the crowd before leaving. On the bus, Tang Yun ignored Lin Yi, lowering her head and not making a sound. Who knew what she was thinking? Lin Yi stood on the side, letting his imagination run wild as he breathed in Tang Yun's youthful scent. Lin Yi had to admit that Tang Yun was outstanding. She was almost 1.7 meters tall, taller than Meng Yao and Yushu, and her body was even more well-proportioned. She was comparable to Wang Xinyan on the train, but her temperament was completely different from Xinyan's gentleness. Tang Yun had an unyielding arrogance about her, but for poor girls, the prettier they were and the better their grades were, the more pride they had. From Lin Yi's angle, he could see Tang Yun's smooth, black hair, her neck, and the patch of white skin below. He couldn't see the details, but it made her even more alluring. Tang Yun kept her head down, not saying a word. Lin Yi, on the other hand, enjoyed the silence, enjoying the satisfaction of both sight and smell. At the next stop, more people boarded the bus. The morning bus was packed to the brim. Most of the passengers got off the bus at the last few stops. Previously, the number of people on the bus increased as they boarded. The crowd squeezed Tang Yun and Lin Yi even closer, pressing against each other. Tang Yun let out a yelp as her soft chest pressed against Lin Yi's. Lin Yi was secretly pleased at the sudden chest attack, but at the same time, he felt that it wasn't right of him to do so. Tang Yun was pushed over by someone else, but Lin Yi didn't want to take advantage of Tang Yun in a situation like this. He'd be no different from the young man from before. Tang Yin wanted to move her body away, but there were too many people on the bus. She didn't have the strength to squeeze back. Her struggle made it seem like she was rubbing her chest against Lin Yi's body. The weird feeling made her blush. She thought about how unlucky she was today. In order to get rid of the young man who harassed her, Tang Yun went around in circles with him in the slums, causing her to be late. Otherwise, Tang Yun would leave early every day. Although there were no seats on the bus, it wouldn't be this crowded. Today, not only was she almost late for school, but she also coincidentally bumped into Lin Yi on the bus. "Don't move, I'll open up a space for you," Lin Yi said as he put his arm around Tang Yun and moved her towards the window. Tang Yun shuddered as she was embraced by Lin Yi. She wanted to resist, but seeing Lin Yi's clear eyes and his intentions, she couldn't help but shut her mouth. Did he really want to help her? She could only hope that was the case. Tang Yun was protected by Lin Yi to the window. Lin Yi suddenly used his arm to open up a space for Tang Yun, and the two separated. Although Lin Yi was reluctant, he didn't like this way of taking advantage of others. Looking at Tang Yun's unwilling look, she wouldn't feel at ease even if she took advantage of others. The people on the bus could only glare at Lin Yi's actions. The bus was already crowded, and he still wanted to open up a space to please his girlfriend. Wasn't that a bit immoral? Someone wanted to blame Lin Yi. Of course, these people came after they got here, and they didn't know about Lin Yi's glorious actions. They were just about to speak up when a kind-hearted person next to them stopped them. "Don't stand up, there was a young man just now," and he threw him out of the car. The person who wanted to stand up quickly shrunk his head. What a joke, it was better not to provoke this kind of person. He could open up a space because he was strong and capable, why should they care about it? However, Lin Yi and Tang Yun's current position was a bit ambiguous. Other than this special environment, if it was in any other place, Lin Yi's embrace would look like a scene of a hoodlum teasing a female student. Tang Yun lowered her head, and her heart wasn't calm. She was a bit nervous and a bit surprised. Lin Yi really didn't take advantage of her further. This was a completely different person from the evil person in her heart. Such a good opportunity, why didn't he take it? If it was before, it would be better. She had already laid her cards on the table yesterday, and he didn't need to pretend anymore. But today... Tang Yun scolded herself for being stupid. Wasn't it better if he didn't take advantage of her? Was it only right for this evil person to take advantage of her? As more and more people came up, Tang Yun felt that the car was getting more and more crowded, but the space Lin Yi used to protect her didn't change at all. Tang Yun was a bit surprised. She looked over and saw that Lin Yi's back was about to emit smoke, and his arms were about to squeeze out people's lives, but Lin Yi still maintained the same position as before, there was no change at all. She knew that Lin Yi was strong, but being protected like this still made her feel a little uncomfortable. They were both young masters of rich families, but even Fan's boyfriends wouldn't do something like this, right? Tang Yun suddenly felt that Lin Yi wasn't that bad after all. No, how could she think like that? Lin Yi had to be putting on an act to make her lower her guard and slowly break down her mental defenses. Yes, that had to be it. She couldn't fall for it. Tang Yun didn't look at Lin Yi anymore. She lowered her head, but her mind was blank. "We're arriving at Songshan's first high school, please get ready." The next stop was Songshan's first high school. "It's time to get off, I'll protect you as you squeeze out," Lin Yi said to Tang Yun. "Oh." Tang Yun nodded slightly, her long eyelashes moved slightly. It was obvious that her heart wasn't calm at all. Just like before, Lin Yi held on to Tang Yun's waist, carefully protecting her as they squeezed out. But without the support of the window, Tang Yun couldn't avoid being squeezed into Lin Yi's arms. Smelling Lin Yi's manly scent, Tang Yun was so shy that she was panicking. Her body was stiff, and she didn't dare to move. She was like a zombie, hopping and hopping as she followed Lin Yi towards the door. Phew. Lin Yi let go of Tang Yun after they finally got off the car. He let out a breath of relief. This was much more tiring than squeezing in the car by himself. Chapter 135. Who was stalking who? Could it be that after she reprimanded him, he changed for the better? Did he give up on hitting on her? But that shouldn't be possible. The most important question was, why would Lin Yi be on the bus? Didn't he have a private car? Did you sit in the same car as me on purpose? Tang Yun asked the question in her mind. On purpose. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose. I got on the bus first, how was I supposed to know that you'd get on at the slums? Do you think I can predict the future? Lin Yi subconsciously touched the jade pendant on his chest, he really could predict the future. It was just that the prediction wasn't very powerful, and he didn't know what it was. He couldn't read the signal, so he didn't know what it meant. Tang Yun blinked at Lin Yi's response. She was right, she got on the bus after him. How could he be so sure that she'd get on the same bus? Even if he knew that she'd take the 87 bus, there was no way they'd coincidentally bump into each other, not to mention that she'd been late to get rid of that little gangster. Could it be that Lin Yi had found that little gangster to stall for time so that he could act out a hero saving the damsel in distress? Tang Yun found the thought laughable. She could tell that Lin Yi wasn't someone who would do something like that. He was an arrogant guy, after all, and wouldn't do something like that. That little gangster had been pestering her for a long time, and Lin Yi hadn't transferred yet. It was almost impossible. Oh. Tang Yun nodded, accepting Lin Yi's explanation. The two really did bump into each other by coincidence. Is there anything else? Lin Yi saw Tang Yun standing in front of him. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Tang Yun froze as she looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. You're not looking for me. Tang Yun was still a bit afraid of Lin Yi. She was protected by Lin Yi on the bus the whole time. She didn't know if Lin Yi would continue to pester her after they got off the bus, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to ask her if there was anything else. Why would I look for you? Lin Yi was also stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. If you say a few more words, you'll be late. Aw. Tang Yun looked at her watch and stomped her foot angrily, glaring at Lin Yi as she ran towards the school. Her face, however, was as red as a fire. Lin Yi's words made it sound like she was pestering him. Wasn't it because he was afraid that he wouldn't leave? Previously on the bus, the little good impression she had of Lin Yi also disappeared without a trace, leaving only endless anger. Looking at Tang Yun's ponytail swaying in the wind, Lin Yi smiled. Youth, it's good. Tang Yun ran to the school gate panting and almost bumped into someone who was leaving. She quickly dodged to the side and saw that it was Zhou Ruoming. Motherfucker, who doesn't wear their eyes when walking? You almost bumped into me. Ruoming cursed at the top of his lungs, but it was only after he'd finished that he saw Tang Yun standing by the door, looking a little scared. A smile appeared on his face. Aw, Yun, I'm sorry, I thought it was someone else. You're welcome to bump into me if I knew it was you. How about we bump into each other? Tang Yun heard Zhou Ruoming's words and her face darkened. Zhou Ruoming, don't talk nonsense. Heh, what nonsense? I'm not talking nonsense. Zhou Ruoming had an evil smile on his face. There were usually a lot of people at school, so he wouldn't be too out of line. But now that it was past school time and there were no people at the gate, Zhou Ruoming couldn't hold it in anymore. Yun, have you thought about it? Do you want to be friends with me? You. Get out of the way. Zhou Ruoming blocked the door, and Tang Yun couldn't get in. She could only force him to move. Promise me, and I'll get out of the way. Ruoming said with a lascivious smile. You. Tang Yun bit her lips at Zhou Ruoming's shameless behavior. This guy was even more shameless than Lin Yi. If it were Lin Yi, he wouldn't force her like this, would he? The moment she cried or felt wronged, Lin Yi would definitely leave. Or maybe she'd just step on his foot and stop him from moving away. What's wrong with me? Zhou Ruoming was like an invincible bully in the cosmos, fully displaying his evil nature. Brother, I'm very strong. You. If you don't move, I'll call Lin Yi. Tang Yun couldn't stand Zhou Ruoming's perverted eyes and words. She didn't know why, but Lin Yi's name slipped out of her mouth. Zhou Ruoming's perverted expression froze when he heard the name Lin Yi. He looked around subconsciously to make sure that Lin Yi wasn't there, and started acting cocky again. He had been planning to get his brother, Zhou Ruoguang, to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but before that, he was still afraid of Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi's slap and the basketball had traumatized him. Fuck, don't use Lin Yi to scare me. Who do you think he is? Your protector. Zhou Ruoming didn't see Lin Yi and started acting tough again. Where is he? Why don't you call him out? Do you think he's your bodyguard or a master? When he comes out, I'll fuck him. Who do you want to fuck? Wang Jifang was in a good mood after having sex with his mistress. He was patrolling the school when he heard someone yelling, "I'll fuck him," in front of the school gate. He panicked. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Saying such words in front of the dignified academic affairs dean was simply courting death. Zhou Ruoming jumped at the sudden words as well. He turned around and saw Wang Jifang looking at him with a dark face. He was stunned. It was impossible for him to not be afraid of the dean. Songshan's first school wasn't like the other schools. It was a private school with a strong background. The dean had the power to expel students. Zhou Ruoming didn't want to be expelled. Tang Yun let out a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Jifang. She didn't know what else Zhou Ruoming would do to her otherwise. Dean Wang. Zhou Ruoming smiled carefully. I wasn't just yelling. It's just that I'm under a lot of pressure from school. I'm just venting. Why don't you go home and vent with your dad? Wang Jifang frowned. Although Zhou Ruoming's dad was a big shot, Wang Jifang didn't care about him. The dean of Songshan's first school was a lucrative position. There were too many people in the society who didn't have a child. It didn't matter how capable your parents were. You still had to have a good relationship with the dean and the principal. Chapter 136. The couple, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to treat you to tea? Jifang said, giving Zhou Ruoming a shove. He was the dean of a private high school, after all. Plus, Songshan's first school had a strong background in the province, and was managed by the province. Even the local education bureau couldn't do anything about it. Yes. Zhou Ruoming quickly snuck away. This Jifang wasn't someone he could mess with. After Zhou Ruoming left, Tang Yun was still standing there, unsure if she should leave with him or not. She didn't dare to leave before Mr. Wang told her to. She stood there cautiously. Haha, Tang Yun, right. Jifang's serious face turned into a smile. You didn't get bullied, did you? No. Thank you, Dean. Tang Yun shook her head. That's good. If that Zhou Ruoming kid bothers you again, tell me and I'll take care of him. Jifang said. Let's go, I'll send you to class. You're late, the teacher might scold you if you go in like this. Aw. Tang Yun didn't think that Jifang would be this nice to her. Was this the same dean who'd scolded her and told her to go to the broadcasting room for a self-reflection? He was afraid that the teacher would scold her for being late, and was willing to send her to class. Tang Yun was a top student and the teachers wouldn't scold her if she was late, but with Wang Jifang escorting her, it was a different story. The teachers wouldn't say anything, they'd just think that the master had something to do with the student and that was why she was late. Let's go, ha. Jifang nodded with a smile. She was Lin Yi's girlfriend, after all, and he had to be nice to her. Otherwise, he'd be in big trouble if the kids spilled the beans. Oh. Tang Yun was flattered. It was only a day, but the treatment was completely different. Could it be because of Lin Yi? Was that why the dean was so nice to her? Thinking of this possibility, Tang Yun remembered the scene of Lin Yi and Wang Jifang chatting happily yesterday. Maybe, Tang Yun was a little annoyed. Why was her life so smooth just because she had something to do with him? Could it be that his hard work was not as good as his relationship with the young master? Tang Yun was wrong. If Lin Yi didn't have something on Wang Jifeng, even if he was introduced by Faubert, Wang Jifeng wouldn't be so careful and wouldn't care about Tang Yun's business. But now, he did not dare to ignore it. Jifeng had received a call from Lin Yi saying that he was going to Captain Yang's office in the morning to give his statement. Huaijun had told him about it yesterday, so Jifeng didn't ask too much about it. But the key was that Lin Yi wasn't in school. If his little girlfriend was teased by someone, then what if this guy got anxious and told him what he saw? Wouldn't he be finished? I'll tell you my phone number. If someone harasses you again, call me. The more Jifeng thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He passed the phone to Tang Yun. What if Rollercoasters came back after he left? Ah. Tang Yun didn't know what to do. This treatment was too good, wasn't it? She had been in school for 3 years and had never heard of Jifeng giving his phone number to a student, telling them to call him if they had any problems. Was it because of Lin Yi again? Tang Yun was annoyed and said something irrational. What if Lin Yi harasses me? Ugh. Jifeng paused and smiled bitterly. You don't have to look for me if you two quarrel. In front of Tang Yun, he didn't need to act like he was the dean. Lin Yi knew everything about him, so there was no point in acting. Couple. Tang Yun almost fell to the ground. She and Lin Yi were a couple. The problem was that it was Jifeng who said it. All right, I'll walk you in. Jifeng didn't say anything else since they were already in front of the classroom. He knocked on the door. Tang Yin was a little speechless. The stern image of the dean in the past was completely different from today. Was this still the same Dean Wang who'd flown into a rage when he found out that boys and girls were being intimate in the school grounds? The homeroom teacher quickly opened the door when she saw the dean knocking. Dean Wang, what's the matter? Oh, nothing. I'm here to send Tang Yun here. Jifeng pointed at Tang Yun. She's a good student, not bad. When it comes to treating students well, as a teacher, you should be more lenient and give your students some freedom. Don't interfere too much with her personal affairs. Wang Jifeng gave Tang Yun's homeroom teacher a hint. What if she found out about Tang Yun and Lin Yi? She'd interfere, and that brat would use Wang Jifeng as an excuse. So Wang Jifeng made it very clear. Ah. Okay. Tang Yun's homeroom teacher paused. What was the relationship between Tang Yun and Dean Wang? Why would Dean Wang talk to her like that? Because of Tang Yun's good grades, the homeroom teacher treated Tang Yun well. But with the dean's special attention, things were different. And, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Jifeng nodded and turned to Tang Yun. Call me if you need anything. Oh. Bye, Dean Wang. Tang Yun's mind was a mess. All she could think about was the couple Jifeng mentioned earlier. Damn it, did Lin Yi say something to Dean Wang? Did Dean Wang misunderstand? But, what was Lin Yi's background? Why would Dean Wang side with him? What happened this morning reminded Tang Yun of an important problem. It wasn't like Ruoming and Pinliang didn't have any background, and Wang Jifeng didn't treat them kindly. Wouldn't they be like mice in front of a cat if they met Wang Jifeng? But Lin Yi was different. Tang Yun was starting to doubt her guesses. Was it because of Lin Yi's background? That didn't seem to be the case. Could it be that Lin Yi had another side to him? Returning to her seat, Tang Yun took out her textbook but couldn't focus. Her mind and heart were filled with the scene of Lin Yi protecting her on the bus this morning and Jifeng's weird words. Why was she so unlucky? Why did she have to meet a guy like this right before graduation? Was she unable to escape from his palm? Tang Yun sighed in disappointment. What made her speechless was that even her mother was bewitched by this person. Ah! Tang Yun suddenly remembered something important. Her mother told her to ask Lin Yi for the recipe today. She was so nervous and panicked that she forgot about it this morning. When she got off the bus, she was confused by Lin Yi's words and didn't ask for the recipe on the way. Chapter 137. So it's you. Lin Yi pulled out his phone and dialed up Huijuan as he watched Tang Yin run off. Old Yang, where are you? Lin Yi asked as the call connected. I'm at Wangjia Alley, behind Yizhong. I say, Lin Yi, what did you call me? Old Yang. Why does it sound so weird to me? Huijuan said. You can call me Junzi or Hound, but don't call me Old Yang. Do I look that old to you? Alright, I'll call you June bro then. I'm younger than you outside, so calling me Junzi isn't very appropriate. Lin Yi said. I'm here, at the bus stop in front of Yizhong. I'll be right there. Huijuan said. A police car stopped in front of Lin Yi a while later, and Huijuan poked his head out of the window. Get in, Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded as he got into the passenger seat. Huijuan started the car up slowly. You don't say, the medicine you gave me is really effective. I don't feel any pain at night after taking it for a day. You think it's a miracle medicine? I'm a god. One day and it doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. It's just a psychological effect, I think. Ah, a little, but it's much better. I can sleep without the painkillers. Huijuan said. It's just a little painful. That's more like it. It was for sure that the pain had lessened, or all of Lin Yi's medicine would have been for nothing. But it was bullshit to say that it would be better in a day. Even Lin Yi wouldn't believe it. But why didn't you take the painkillers? I was thinking about holding it out for a bit. Plus, it's not good to keep taking the painkillers, is it? Huijuan explained. Who told you that? Lin Yi was speechless. There's no side effects, it's just to support you. Fine. It's up to you if you want to hold it out. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Huijuan cried out in regret. The pain from last night had lessened a bit, but it was only a tiny bit. Ha! Lin Yi shrugged. I thought that hounds wouldn't be so stupid. You bastard. Huijuan could only accept his bad luck. Right, did Song come looking for you? Little Song. Lingshan. Lin Yi guessed that the song Huijuan was talking about was Lingshan. Why is she looking for me? Isn't it because of the bank robbery? She couldn't find the suspect, and she made a military order to solve the case in 15 days. Huijuan smiled bitterly. She asked me for help, but I didn't have any good ideas. So I asked her for help. You don't blame me, do you? That won't happen. You want me to help her find someone? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Even if Huijuan hadn't brought it up, he'd have to deal with this sooner or later. Ping Zhan had made it clear that Meng Yao was an important part of his mission, and if something were to happen to Meng Yao, there'd be no point in his mission. Naturally, Lin Yi had to get rid of any potential threats. It was just a couple of bank robbers. Lin Yi didn't care about them at all. They were just small fries, and he'd leave them to the police. Lin Yi was more concerned about Sihua Bro. Just who was this guy? Everyone in the squad knows that the enemy you've set your sights on won't be able to escape. Pray that the eagle has set its sights on rarely ever escapes. Huijuan said with a smile. Poor Song, he transferred from the army to the civilian sector. He's always trying to get recognized for his achievements, but he's met with a case like this. Ah, I see that you're quite sympathetic. Lin Yi said with a smile. It can't be helped. I've been a cop for a long time, and I've seen too many things. I've gotten sentimental. Huijuan nodded. I don't care if you two have that kind of relationship or not, I've said what I need to say. You decide. We'll talk about it when she comes looking for me. She hasn't come looking for me yet, anyway. Lin Yi said. The car drove into Songshan Medical University, heading straight for the family villa area. The person who treated you, he's from this university. Lin Yi suddenly remembered someone. Guan Xuemin, the one who'd given him his name card back at the bookstore. He seemed to be the dean of one of the departments in this university, and Lin Yi wondered if Huaijuan would know him. Yeah, he's a really good old man, and he's got a really good reputation both in the country and abroad. But when he saw the prescription you gave me, he was really excited, especially when he heard that I'd gotten better after drinking the medicine you gave me. He pushed everything away this morning, waiting for you at home. You make me sound like some big shot. Lin Yi said with a smile. Then let's hurry up, we shouldn't keep the old man waiting. Lin Yi had a lot of respect for the old man, even if his medical skills weren't as good as Lin Yi's. That was only because he hadn't been taught by the right person. His old man Lin was practically a cornucopia of Eastern medicine. He'd heard that he'd spent most of his life in the Miaojiang region of Yunnan, linking Eastern medicine together. It was also during that period that he'd met his master. The old man wouldn't talk about this part of history much, only talking about it when he was drunk. Lin Yi could tell that the old man and his master were friends who'd gone through life and death together. As a result, Lin Yi's medical skills and kung fu skills were a huge advantage. He'd be nothing more than a normal person if it weren't for this old man and his master. After careful registration, the car entered the neighborhood and stopped in front of a villa. We're here, Huaijuan said as he got out of the car and pressed the doorbell. Lin Yi followed behind as he studied the surrounding villas. It seemed that the people living here weren't ordinary people. It didn't take long for the door to open. The door could be controlled by remote control, but the owner of the villa still came downstairs and opened the door himself, standing there solemnly with a respectful and solemn expression on his face. Lin Yi looked at the owner of the villa in surprise. The owner, on the other hand, froze at the sight of Lin Yi, a look of disbelief on his face. You're... The young man stared at the young man in disbelief. Ah. Elder Guan, it's me, we met at the bookstore. Lin Yi said politely with a smile. Nice to meet you, Elder Guan. Thank you for coming to pick me up personally, so it's you. I knew it. The old man looked at Lin Yi in shock. I underestimated you back then. I'm really sorry, but it doesn't really matter if you don't study at my school. Chapter 138. Former Comrade Chapter 138, Former Comrade Jun Bro, I met President Guan once at the bookstore. Lin Yi smiled as he explained to Huaijuan. We were discussing medical stuff back then. Oh, right, I was thinking about your treatment plan when I got back from your place, and there were a few things I couldn't quite remember. I left my reference books at home, so I went to the bookstore to look them up. So you know Grandpa Guan. That's even better, saves me the trouble of introducing you. Huaijuan breathed out in relief. He'd accomplished his task of introducing Lin Yi to Lin Yi, and the two would only get along better now that they knew each other. Huaijuan didn't think much of Lin Yi's words, but Guan Xuemin was shocked by what he heard. He thought that Lin Yi must have come from some hidden herbal family at such a young age, and that it'd be normal for him to have lost a couple of ancient prescriptions. But Lin Yi going to the bookstore to look up information and write a prescription for Huaijuan was a little shocking. This meant that the prescription was written by Lin Yi himself, and not a ready-made one. Just this alone was enough to show how much knowledge Lin Yi had in Eastern medicine. But he didn't even know the properties of the medicine, and he had to go to a bookstore to look it up, and he was giving it to someone else. Wasn't he a little too brave? Huaijuan believed him and used it. Just what was the relationship between these two? Guan Xuemin was a shrewd man, and he could tell from the subtle gestures and attitudes of Lin Yi and Huaijuan that there was a close relationship between the two, but he couldn't guess the specifics. It seemed that Lin Yi's medicine was indeed effective on Huaijuan, and that was what shocked Guan Xuemin the most. It seemed that Lin Yi wasn't relying on his family's prescriptions, but that he really was skillful. Today's meeting was something to look forward to. I'm sorry. Guan Shuamin shook his head, a little embarrassed. Back then, I even asked you to apply for my Chinese medical academy. There's no one in the academy who can teach you. You should be our teacher. Ha, Director Guan, you must be joking. Lin Yi replied politely, what I know is just some unorthodox things. After all, my main profession is not studying traditional Chinese medicine. What? Don't you study Chinese medicine? Guan Shuamin was even more shocked by Lin Yi's words. He even thought to himself, is this kid trying to show off in front of me? Huaijuan's illness was something that countless specialists couldn't do anything about, and yet you cured him so easily. Isn't Eastern medicine your main profession? However, seeing the sincerity on Lin Yi's face and connecting it to Lin Yi's words in the bookstore that day, Guan Shuamin had no choice but to believe what Lin Yi said. Yeah, I'm a 12th grader right now. Lin Yi said, scratching his head. Actually, Jun Bro knows about me, right? Huaijuan didn't know what to say. There was no way he could tell Guan Shuamin about Lin Yi's condition. He looked at Lin Yi, troubled. How was he supposed to tell Guan Shuamin if he didn't? Ha! Lin Yi didn't want to hide anything from Guan Shuamin anyway. He was the one who'd been treating Huaijuan's injuries all this time, so he had to know how Huaijuan got injured and what kind of job Huaijuan did in the past. He wouldn't have been able to come up with the most effective treatment plan otherwise. There was no need to hide anything from Guan Shuamin. Besides, fighting alongside Huaijuan was only a small part of his life. Guan Shuamin, Jun Bro, and I used to be comrades. Comrades. Guan Shuamin paused at the word, his expression changing abruptly. Shuamin knew what Huaijuan used to do, and Huaijuan's comrades in arms were. Lin Yi didn't look more than 20 years old, did he? He'd said that he was a 12th grader right now, and he was Huaijuan's comrade. Wasn't this a little too miraculous? Guan Shuamin finally understood why Huaijuan had dared to drink the medicine Lin Yi gave him. He didn't know that Lin Yi was a miracle doctor, but the friendship and trust they'd built through battle wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. How did Lin Yi turn into a high schooler again? Guan Shuamin didn't know what was going on, but he didn't ask for the details since it might be confidential information. So you and Little Yang are comrades. Look at me, all I can do is talk. Come in, let's talk inside. Guan Shuamin realized that he was still blocking the entrance of the villa and hadn't invited anyone in. This was also because he was too shocked. Otherwise, Guan Shuamin wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. It's fine. Lin Yi smiled. You don't have to be so courteous, Mr. Guan. Jun Bro would have lost his life if it weren't for you. I should be the one thanking you. You don't have to be so courteous with me. You're an elder, and I'm a junior, there's no need to be so polite. There's no such thing as seniority. Guan Shuamin said with a wave of his hand. I'm old enough to understand that. Your medical skills are better than mine, and you're the expert in front of me. You're a teacher, and nothing can be accomplished without rules. Besides, Yang's elder is a good friend of mine, and it's only right for me to do my best. Ah, that's different. Jun Bro's one of my people, of course I have to thank you. Lin Yi said as he followed Guan Shuamin into the living room. Guan Shuamin blinked at Lin Yi's words. What do you mean by, one of your people? Guan Shuamin was a bit older than Guan Shuamin, but he was still paying attention to the news on the internet. A chill ran down Guan Shuamin's spine when he heard Lin Yi say that Yang Huaijuan was one of his people. There couldn't be something going on between the two, could there? But Yang Huaijuan wasn't someone like that, and Lin Yi didn't look like that either. What did he mean by that? Both Huaijuan and Lin Yi thought of something at the same time when they saw the weird look on Guan Shuamin's face. Huaijuan understood what Lin Yi was getting at, but Guan Shuamin didn't. Huaijuan explained with a bitter smile. Grandpa Guan, Lin Yi used to be the captain of our squad, and he's famous for being protective of his subordinates. We're all his people, aw. Mr. Lin's your captain. Guan Shuamin was even more surprised now. It seemed that Lin Yi was right, Eastern medicine wasn't his main profession, after all. He was good in other areas as well, or he wouldn't have become Huaijuan's captain.